Chapter 1069. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted Flying Sword Immortal Gu back, Chu Du smiled, replying, "As long as we make a deal, I will not only give Flying Sword Immortal Gu to you, I will also give you something else. You will definitely be satisfied." What a joke. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu was naturally in his hands. It was the best bargaining chip to threaten the other party. How could Chu Du give it back so easily? Even though Chu Du was polite and gentle, he was calm and clear-headed. Fang Yuan chuckled. He did not show any disappointment. When he asked this question, he already knew the answer. His expression turned cold. "Chu Du, you are not sincere at all. Let's not talk about this." Saying so, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His body shot out like a sword, piercing through heaven and earth, arriving far away in the blink of an eye. "Wait!" Chu Du's expression changed. He quickly chased. Fang Yuan flew straight towards the sky. After flying for a while, Chu Du appeared several li behind him. Immortal Killer Move Ha. Fang Yuan turned around. He sensed that Chu Du's Gu Worm aura was very complex. It was a Strength Path Movement Killer move, and it was rank 7. It was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu's straight line speed. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This was not good for him. To speak the truth, he had placed most of his hopes on Sword Escape Immortal Gu. After all, this speed was already very fast. Even ancient cloud beasts could not catch up to it. To think that Domination Immortal Chu Du had an immortal killer move, its speed was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. I'm afraid this Chu Du has nurtured Gu masters to immortal ascension. He is not the only one. There are others too. Over the last 100 years, he must have secretly absorbed a lot of reckless savages' true meaning. His strength path attainment level is unfathomable. He was able to create such a strength path killer move. Since Sword Escape Immortal Gu does not work, let's try Blood Torrent. Fang Yuan had a thought. He stopped Sword Escape. His body was still flying due to inertia, but his speed had slowed down. Next, blood-red light shone on his body, enveloping him as he turned into a surging blood river. The blood river tore through the sky like a slithering blood python. The smell of blood spread in the air. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Torrent. Activation successful. Fang Yuan immediately made a turn and flew to the left. The connection was perfect. Even Fang Yuan felt satisfied. I reduced the number of Mortal Gu. That was the right decision. In this way, the chances of failure in activating Blood Torrent would be lower, and the activation would be faster. Of course, I practiced so many times in the Immortal Aperture. That was also a huge contribution. The thought only flashed through his mind. His main focus had always been firmly on Domination Immortal Chu Du's body. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction. Chu Du's response was undoubtedly the most important. If Chu Du can catch up, in that case, I can only stop and negotiate with him about the deal. Fang Yuan was preparing for the worst. Then, they saw Domination Immortal Chu Du explode with boundless might. It flew straight out of his sight. Fang Yuan's expression froze. His gaze followed Chu Du and saw that the latter was like a train on earth. Along the way, Xiao Chen's speed was extremely fast, and his strength was even greater. As he flew, boundless shockwaves rose up along the way. After flying for over 10 li, Chu Du's speed slowed down until he stopped. Next, he turned around and started to increase his speed, charging towards Fang Yuan. His speed was getting faster and faster. He soon reached his previous speed. He was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He immediately activated Blood Torrent and changed his direction. Thus, he saw the previous scene again. Domination Immortal Chu Du was extremely flashy, or perhaps it could be said that he was extremely reckless. He flew past him with a rumbling sound. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was worried that Sword Escape Immortal Gu could only fly in a straight line. He used Blood Torrent to make up for this weakness. To think that Domination Immortal Chu Du's weakness was even worse than his. The situation changed instantly. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved quickly. He decided not to leave. It was easy for him to escape now and shake off Chu Du. As long as he was careful, he would be invincible. Interesting. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He decided to continue discussing with Chu Du. Chu Du saw that Feng Yuan had stopped flying in the sky. He was overjoyed. So close, so close. It seems that my flying sword Immortal Gu is quite useful. He is still unwilling to part with me. Feng Yuan waited for Chu Du to fly over. When he reached a certain distance, he raised his palm. Stop, we can talk at this distance. Feng Yuan was vigilant. Even though he had the advantage in movement, it was better to maintain a certain distance. Chu Du immediately stopped and smiled. His face was covered in dirt and grime. Feng Yuan shifted his gaze. Brother Chu's elegance is astonishing. It has truly broadened my horizons. What is the name of this killer move? It is so powerful, even my sword escape Immortal Gu cannot compare to it. This killer move is called Practice by Strength. I created it after meticulous research. It uses the strength path Dao marks of my immortal body to increase my speed. But there is a huge flaw. I can only move forward in a straight line. I cannot change my direction during flight. I cannot even retreat. I have not practiced it enough. In this urgent situation, I have to embarrass myself. Chu Du actually admitted his shortcomings. He had a heroic attitude. His demeanor was truly admirable. Feng Yuan nodded, showing a serious expression. Brother Chu is truly amazing. Even if you fight normally, in the huge northern plains, who can force you to use this move to retreat? Thank you for your praise. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World is unfathomable. I, Chu Du, only have some reputation. The more I cultivate, the more I realize how insignificant I am. In Northern Plains, there are definitely not just the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals on the surface. Among rank 7s, there are also experts that I am wary of. You are one of them. I'm ashamed to say this, but I don't know your name or background at all. Chu Du's smile carried a trace of bitterness. He was not being polite, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Feng Yuan did not understand domination Immortal Chu Du. Chu Du did not understand Feng Yuan either. Feng Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The speed was so fast that Chu Du was shocked. After all, in terms of straight line speed, Sword Escape Immortal Gu could compare to Chi Escape of the same rank. Chu Du was an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had many movement methods. But compared to Sword Escape Immortal Gu, most of them were inferior. Only the final immortal killer move, Practice by Body Practice, could compare. Feng Yuan guessed correctly. This Practice by Strength immortal killer move was created by Chu Du. It was specially used for retreat. But in the current northern plains, few could force Chu Du to retreat. Furthermore, Chu Du had been concealing his identity and secretly nurturing Gu masters to advance to immortal. He rarely took action. This immortal killer move was not because he did not practice it well, but because it contained too many Gu worms. It was very troublesome to use. When Chu Du met Feng Yuan for the first time, Feng Yuan was undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture. Chu Du made a move, but Feng Yuan was faster and more decisive than him. Feng Yuan was searching for Chu Du's information, but Chu Du was not idle these days. He was also thinking of ways to search for information on Feng Yuan. Chu Du had no results. In his opinion, Feng Yuan, it was like he had suddenly jumped out of a rock. Since when did Northern Plains Gu Immortal World have such a person? Ignoring everything else, his aura was very strange. When he first saw him in the immortal aperture, it was rank 6 aura. This time, he had rank 7 aura. But he should be a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. This aura should not be wrong. It was just that he did not know what blood path he cultivated, or sword path. Chu Du was very curious about this question. These two paths, they did not match at all. If you said he cultivated soul path and enslavement path, or rule path and restriction path, or wisdom path and emotion path, it was understandable. Sword path and blood path? Were you not afraid of these two restricting each other? But Feng Yuan not only had a sword path rank 7 immortal Gu, his blood path killer moves were so outstanding that Chu Du was shocked. Also, forget about you cultivating sword path and blood path. It has nothing to do with me, but you actually had a way to draw out reckless savage's true meaning. I racked my brains and tried countless times, but I failed every time. I could only choose this stupid method of nurturing a disciple. What method did you use? Reckless savage's true meaning definitely required wisdom path attainment. Don't tell me your wisdom path attainment is not low? In this chase, the entire process was very short, but Chu Du could not catch up to Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not fly away, but stopped instead, Chu Du felt his heart pounding, excitement and joy filled his chest. Strength triumphed over everything, thus, Chu Du had already treated Fang Yuan as an equal. Fang Yuan was silent for a while, before speaking in a measured tone. Actually, it is not impossible for us to make a deal. Chu Du did not speak, he listened attentively. The fervor in his eyes was like a blazing flame that burned fiercely. But after waiting for a long time, Fang Yuan did not speak, he seemed to be in deep thought. Chu Du could not hold it in anymore, he spoke. I believe that with my wealth, I can definitely satisfy you. Fang Yuan looked at him and asked, Didn't Sir participate in a Northern Plains auction? Chu Du's expression froze, he probed. So Sir also participated in that auction? That's right. Fang Yuan admitted, during the auction, I even made use of you. Of course, Fang Yuan only muttered the second half of the sentence to himself. What do you want, just say it. Chu Du asked. It is hard to say. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. He frowned deeply, showing a troubled expression. Chu Du was vexed. If it were anyone else, he would have slapped them already. There is nothing to hide, even if I do not have it now, I will try my best to get it for you. Chu Du continued. He had already decided, no matter the cost, he had to get this method. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh again. The reason why it is hard to say is because I have not thought of what I want to trade with you. Chu Du's nose almost turned crooked from anger. After all this time, you have such a troubled expression, it is because you have not thought of it yet? Chu Du frowned, his tone turning deep. Did Sir purposely stop to make fun of me? Brother Chu, don't be angry, of course not. Fang Yuan immediately said, All Gu immortals face calamities and tribulations, they have countless needs. It is just that I have not thought of how to make the transaction that will be of the greatest help to my cultivation. How about this? Let me think for a while, after I think about it, I will give you an answer. Chapter 1070. Looking at Fang Yuan's figure that was already far away in the horizon, Chu Du was still looking at him, staying on the spot. Letting him go like this, was it right or wrong of me? Chu Du's gaze flickered. But soon he smiled bitterly, thinking, even if I do not want to let him go, what can I do? I can't catch him at all with my abilities, nor can I catch up to him. If I use force, this person has a mysterious background, he is not easy to deal with. If he ends up in my hands and explodes his soul, where can I get that method? However, looking at his attitude, he should be sincere in his transaction. Otherwise, he could have left already. Why would he stay and negotiate with me? Chu Du recalled the conversation he had with Fang Yuan earlier. He thought about it for a long time, feeling that Fang Yuan was very sincere. Even though Fang Yuan did not mention anything important, his words were all half-hearted. But it was precisely because of this that Chu Du felt that this was far more sincere than saying all kinds of flowery words and carelessly guaranteeing anything. Of course, what gave him the most confidence was not Fang Yuan's attitude, but the flying sword immortal Gu that he was holding. This is a rank 7 immortal Gu. Even a legendary person like Chu Du did not have many rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan flew without encountering any accidents. Land Spirit of Langya had already arranged for Hairy Man Gu immortals to coordinate with him, setting up an immortal battlefield killer move and a teleportation immortal Gu formation. But getting away from Chu Du was very easy. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, the immortal battlefield killer move to intercept Chu Du was no longer necessary. After picking up the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan used the immortal Gu formation and returned to Langya Blessed Land. You clearly have dog shit luck immortal Gu to protect you. You actually met Chu Du, this does not make sense. Did you fall into someone else's scheme? Langya Land Spirit's first sentence was very direct when he saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. Actually, he had been thinking about this problem for a long time. With the protection of dog shit luck immortal Gu, my luck should not be bad. Could it be that my earthly disaster was too violent, So all the luck I gained was used to reduce the earthly disaster? Feng Yuan had this speculation in his mind. But he could not tell the land spirit of Langya. He was a human Gu immortal after all, although he had joined the Langya sect. However, there was still a gap between the two races. Just like earlier, when Feng Yuan rushed back to northern plains from southern border, the land spirit of Langya took the chance to fish for benefits from him. If that's the case, then the earthly calamity that I have to face has actually been greatly reduced by luck. In that case, how powerful would a true earthly disaster be? Thinking of this, a chill immediately rose in Feng Yuan's heart. His tribulation this time was simply a narrow escape from death. Life and death hung by a thread, and it was extremely dangerous. It could be said that this had completely surpassed the level of an earthly disaster. Even the 10 catastrophes couldn't compare to Feng Yuan's catastrophe. Don't forget, I even transported many people. My dog shit luck might have been distributed evenly, that's why the effect is not good. Feng Yuan thought to himself, but said, First Supreme Elder is right. This is not a problem of bad luck. Someone might really be plotting against me. Feng Yuan's identity had already been completely exposed in the Battle of Tian Mountain. Be it the otherworldly demon, spring-autumn cicada, or the secret of destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower, they were all known to everyone. Whether it was the Celestial Court, or the Shadow Sect, or the Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains, they were all likely to be plotting against Feng Yuan. The land spirit of Langya sighed. Worry was shrouding his brows as his tone turned heavy. Maybe they might not be plotting against you. Don't forget, you are already a member of my Langya sect. And my Langya blessed land has already been exposed. We have been attacked more than once. Some time ago, we even lost 2 Gu immortals in our sect. The value inside is enough to tempt countless experts and forces. Feng Yuan was slightly happy. The land spirit of Langya could think this way. It was more beneficial to him. The land spirit of Langya's gaze was bright. He quickly changed the topic. But if we can use wisdom Gu as the core to construct the immortal Gu house secluded residence, not only can we protect ourselves, we can also defend against the schemes of almost everyone in the world. Feng Yuan laughed. It turned out that the land spirit of Langya wanted to say this. It seemed that he was still reluctant to part with wisdom Gu. Unfortunately, in the previous transaction, Feng Yuan did not sell wisdom Gu to him. This tribulation was all thanks to First Supreme Elder's Gu worms. Now, I will return them to you. These Gu worms were a great help to me. Feng Yuan said as a large group of Gu worms flew out of his immortal aperture with his will. Of course, with their help, a mere earthly calamity will be a piece of cake. The land spirit of Langya said with a proud expression. Feng Yuan did not reveal the truth, but he could not lie. He could only choose his words, especially the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. It was really effective. But Chu Du appeared in the end. It was quite shocking. Fortunately, my ability to teleport happens to be better than his. As they spoke, the land spirit of Langya collected the Gu worms one by one. After inspecting them, he asked with slight regret, Your Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu, are you really not going to sell them to me? In the previous transaction, the land spirit of Langya wanted to use 3 true inheritances to exchange for Feng Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu. But after Feng Yuan thought about it, he felt that refinement path, luck path, and theft path were good, but his attainment levels in these 3 aspects were just passable. They did not match his future path. If he exchanged all of them, it would not be worth it. However, the refinement path killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, the luck path true inheritances dog shit luck Immortal Gu, and so on could provide great help to Feng Yuan's tribulation. Thus, Feng Yuan thought about it. After deciding on his words, he persuaded the land spirit of Langya. Are you really going to give me all 3 of your true inheritances? There are many Immortal Gu in each true inheritance. If I obtain them, will Langya's sect not need them in the future? The land spirit of Langya was reluctant to part with them. For example, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu, many years ago, after Giant Sun Immortal died, Long Hair Ancestor had refined it immediately. After that, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu had been guarding Langya Blessed Land, it was of great help to the previous land spirit of Langya in Gu refinement. At the same time, it protected Langya blessed land and avoided calamities many times. It was a daunting experience without any mishaps. However, if the land spirit of Langya did not take out these immortal Gu, then these true inheritances would be too insignificant. How could they be exchanged for the three things that Feng Yuan wanted? Thus, Feng Yuan persuaded again, "First Supreme Elder, since you and I are both reluctant, why don't we each take what we need? We will trade a portion, and I will borrow a portion." "Tell me the details." The land spirit of Langya said his intentions. Feng Yuan said his intentions, but was rejected by the land spirit of Langya. "No, no. You are exchanging for the essence of three true inheritances, but you are only paying Luo Pavali. This is a huge loss for me. This won't do." "Definitely not." Feng Yuan smiled, continuing to negotiate with the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was not good at negotiations. He had a bottom line. Feng Yuan easily probed it in a short period of time. In this situation, the land spirit was pure and stubborn. It was much easier to deal with than Gu immortals. Finally, Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Langya reached an agreement. Feng Yuan officially sold Luo Pavali to the land spirit of Langya and obtained Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu, Blood Asset Immortal Gu, and Dark Limit Immortal Gu, these three rank 6 Immortal Gu, clearing all of his debts to Langya sect. At the same time, he borrowed large numbers of Mortal Gu and Immortal Gu to make up for his weakness in strength. The main point was to use them to form the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Sword Wave Triple Layered. The facts proved that Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Sword Wave Triple Layered were a huge help to Feng Yuan during the process of tribulation. Although this transaction had been reached long ago, the land spirit of Langya still did not want to give up on Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. This time, the land spirit revealed its intention to purchase Feng Yuan. But how could Feng Yuan agree to it? But he could not reject the land spirit of Langya too mercilessly. His thoughts changed as he said tactfully, "I do not intend to sell these two items for now. However, if there are any difficulties in cultivation in the future and the situation dictates, I will naturally use these two items to trade with you, First Supreme Elder." The land spirit of Langya opened its mouth, wanting to speak. Feng Yuan waved his hand, saying, "First, I will store these two items in Langya blessed land. I will not take them away. It is like lending them to the sect, as per our agreement. First Supreme Elder, don't worry. By lending Wisdom Gu to Langya sect, the land spirit of Langya would be in charge of feeding it. It would solve a huge problem for Feng Yuan. As for Dang Hun Mountain, it was better for Feng Yuan not to keep it in his immortal aperture. Famous mountains and rivers had a huge burden on heaven and earth chi. And this secluded domain of heaven and earth was even more so. And most importantly, Shadow Sect knew about Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pavali. If they used fixed immortal travel to teleport to Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, it would be terrible. The land spirit of Langya was unwilling. It wanted to continue this topic. But what kind of person was Feng Yuan? He had refined his verbal skills for over 500 years. How could a pure land spirit of Langya be his match? After a round of discussion, Feng Yuan took back many of his cultivation resources from the land spirit of Langya. For example, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, arrow bamboo forest, and others. They came from Hu immortal and star form blessed lands. They were the main source of income after Guts Gu. From start to finish, Feng Yuan did not mention to the land spirit of Langya that he had any intention of selling the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Chudu? It was just a backup plan for Feng Yuan. Even though the two exchanged information path Gu worms and could communicate with each other. But Feng Yuan was already free. There were no information path restrictions. Wouldn't the future transactions depend on Feng Yuan? As for the rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu. It was just a rank 7 Immortal Gu, so what if he could not get it back? Ordinary Gu immortals treasured rank 7 Immortal Gu, but Feng Yuan even had a rank 9 Immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. He naturally did not care about it. Especially when he had lost almost all of his Immortal Gu in Ying Wu Xie's hands. A rank 7 flying sword immortal Gu paled in comparison to those immortal Gu. Chu Du did not know about Fang Yuan's background. He had underestimated Fang Yuan's tolerance. All in all, the possibility of Fang Yuan and Chu Du making a transaction was very low. Reckless Savage's true meaning was far more important to Fang Yuan than a rank 7 immortal Gu. The reason for that is because the path that I will be taking is the Tao of transformation. Fang Yuan had been thinking deeply these last days. He was very clear about it. Transformation path. Chapter 1071. Why did Fang Yuan choose transformation path? After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan obtained a new life. The question that he had been thinking about the most was which path he should take in his future cultivation. In his previous life, he chose Blood Path because Blood Path could be cultivated quickly and had great power. It could be used to nurture battles. It had little need for cultivation resources. Moreover, he only had one fortuitous encounter in his previous life. To him, Blood Path had the greatest future prospects. After rebirth, he abandoned Blood Path and chose Strength Path because this was not the 5 regions chaotic war. Everything was orderly and orderly. Blood Path had no chance of making a name for itself. The other reason was his circumstances. Fang Yuan searched through his memories, finding fortuitous encounters that suited his current situation and could be used. And these fortuitous encounters were all related to Strength Path. Actually, be it Blood Path or Strength Path, they both had flaws. Blood Path's situation was not good. Everyone wanted to kill it. Be it Gu Masters or Gu Immortals. If they chose to cultivate Blood Path, once they were discovered, they would be ostracized by the entire world. Strength Path was also declining, even though Domination Immortal Chu Du added Human June Strength Path to Strength Path, it could not hide the awkwardness of Strength Path's decline. To speak the truth, these two paths were not the best choice. Fang Yuan himself concluded, after rebirth, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters. Wisdom Path, Luck Path, Theft Path. Some of these fortuitous encounters were extremely outstanding. For example, Dongfang Naginori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, or Star-Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance. Star Path and Wisdom Path. These two paths were undoubtedly much better than Blood Path and Strength Path. Moreover, having an inheritance and not having an inheritance were two completely different things. The former was cultivation. One could use the wisdom of predecessors to advance step by step. One could advance bravely and have a promising future. The latter was like a blind man groping an elephant. One would be at a loss and without a clue, they would struggle and grope their way forward. If Fang Yuan had obtained these two true inheritances in the 500 years of his previous life, then as long as the situation allowed, he would definitely choose Dongfang Naginori's Wisdom Path Inheritance as the main one, while Star-Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance and one of Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritances were supplementary. He would become a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Because in terms of potential and future, Dongfang Naginori's Wisdom Path Inheritance was the most outstanding. There were few Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. In the Gu Immortal world, it was very precious, it was welcomed and also feared. He had both the inside and the face. However, in order to truly choose a path, one could not just look at the future. One had to look at the present as well. Dongfang Naginori's Wisdom Path Inheritance came from a rank 8 Gu Immortal of the Celestial Court. It had been perfected by many generations of inheritors. It had great prospects. However, if one cultivated this legacy, they would be able to do so. One of his weaknesses was that he wasn't good at fighting. The most obvious advantage of this true inheritance was that it was proficient in divination. To make up for this weakness, Dongfang Naginori created the immortal killer move Hataru. He had finally made up for some of his shortcomings. Dongfang Naginori's route was not suitable for Fang Yuan, because the current situation could be said to be filled with danger. In Wuxia, the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, the Celestial Court, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Northern Plains Huangjin clans, and so on. Fang Yuan had many enemies. Especially during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan's secrets were exposed. Be it Spring-Autumn Cicada, Otherworldly Demon, or the culprit of imperial court-blessed land, he was almost completely exposed. Thus, Feng Yuan not only needed prospects, he also needed the present situation. In a way, the present situation was more important than prospects. Without the present situation, no matter how broad the prospects were, it was just a castle in the air. It was useless even if it looked good. To deal with the present situation, Feng Yuan needed a path with extremely high battle strength. Metal path, fire path, lightning path, sword path, blood path, these 5 paths were publicly recognized as the 5 paths with the strongest battle strength. The first 3 paths were new and were the mainstream paths. The latter 2, be it sword path or blood path, had a short history. They were different paths. Sword path had Bo Qing, blood path had Blood Sea Ancestor, but other than these 2, there were few outstanding people. Thus, the foundation of these 2 paths could not compare to the first 3 paths. As far as Feng Yuan was concerned, be it metal path, fire path, or lightning path, his attainment level was ordinary. He did not have any relevant inheritances. On the contrary, his blood path attainment level was grandmaster, and although his sword path attainment level was also ordinary, he did not have any inheritance, but he stole many of Bo Qing's immortal goo. The attainment level of each path was also an important factor. Without an inheritance, if one's attainment level was high, they could draw on a blank piece of paper and create something new. But compared to having an inheritance, it was much more difficult. It required more inspiration and talent. Feng Yuan's strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path attainment levels were all at grandmaster level. Blood path was the accumulation of his previous life. Strength path was the accumulation of his previous life and current life. Wisdom path and star path were the result of coincidences. Through dream realms, they advanced rapidly and rapidly. Refinement path was quasi-grandmaster. It was quite impressive among Gu immortals. Enslavement path was master. It was not outstanding among Gu immortals. Luck path was quasi-grandmaster. The other paths were ordinary, like sword path, light path, dark path, and others, or even blank, like phantom path. From the perspective of attainment level, the path of the 4 grandmaster attainment levels was naturally the best. But blood path was not worth mentioning. Strength path was on the decline. Wisdom path and star path were not known for their battle strength, even though they had their own inheritances. Regrettably, Feng Yuan had lost almost all of his immortal goo. If these immortal goo in the inheritances had not been refined yet, Feng Yuan might be able to refine them one by one during his cultivation. But these immortal goo were kept in Ying Wu Xie's hands. Feng Yuan did not know which one existed and which one was destroyed. This situation was an extremely bad hindrance to his future cultivation. Even if he was willing to take the risk and pay a huge price to refine immortal goo, because immortal goo were unique, he might not succeed. All in all, Feng Yuan's situation could be said to be quite awkward. After the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, when Feng Yuan thought about his path, he was also at a loss. Only when he gradually discovered the profundity of this new body, did the layers of darkness and fog shrouding his mind start to dissipate. Bright and warm sunlight appeared. He found that he had more than 1,000 Dao marks in his body from all the major paths. This was not surprising. When Gu immortals pass tribulation after tribulation, their immortal apertures would also produce different Dao marks because of the calamities and tribulations. It was just that there was a clear difference in priority. The most important thing was that these Dao marks did not interfere with each other. They did not hinder each other. This was simply too amazing. When Feng Yuan first discovered it, firstly, he did not dare to believe that there was such a good thing in the world. Because of this, it had already broken the common sense of cultivation. If he said it, others would think that it was a fantasy or a rumor. But thinking about it, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a rank 9 Immortal Gu, the essence of spectral soul and shadow sex accumulation for 100,000 years. Thinking about it, breaking common sense was very reasonable. Next, Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Because such a good thing did not happen to others, it happened to him. Just based on this point, he could cultivate all the paths. Long ago, Feng Yuan had imagined cultivating 2 immortal apertures at the same time, one cultivating time path while the other cultivating strength path. But the sovereign immortal aperture was even more ridiculous. It could cultivate all the paths at the same time, from ancient times until now, all the Gu immortal paths in one go. This was simply a dream come true. Throughout history, even immortal venerables and demon venerables, most of them cultivated one path while cultivating another. Even if some Gu immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would end up biting off more than they could chew. They would lose sight of other paths. The outcome would be tragic, because the Tao marks in their bodies would hinder each other. The more they would cultivate, the more internal friction there would be, the more losses they would suffer. But Feng Yuan did not have this obstacle. He could cultivate all the paths. There would be zero internal friction. His future would be bright. He would surpass all the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history by countless times. Feng Yuan soon calmed down. Daydreams were always beautiful. Getting rid of all the paths at once was only a beautiful idea. Even though it could be implemented, it required resources, time, energy, and most importantly, a peaceful cultivation environment. And Feng Yuan did not have any of these. He had limited energy, time, and resources. His enemies were all over the 5 regions, including the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who were most skilled in battle, the #1 Gu Immortal organization in history, the Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and countless people who wanted to obtain the luck path true inheritance from him. His future was limitless, but his current situation was dangerous. There was no need to even think about creating a path. Feng Yuan did not have such a foundation yet. He could only choose one path from the current ones. At most, he could cultivate one path at the most. Any more than that, the current situation would not allow him to do so. His energy would be wasted. He would be seeking his own death. Among the current paths, which one had outstanding battle strength that could allow Feng Yuan to survive the current situation, while also allowing him to display his own specialty, and also taking into account attainment level, inheritances, and other factors? After thinking about it, there was only one path left in Feng Yuan's mind. That was Transformation Path. Transformation Path was known as using one path to reflect countless paths. Gu Immortals who cultivated Transformation Path could transform into Metal Path, Lightning Path, Sword Path, Light Path, and all other paths. But Transformation Path had a flaw that existed since ancient times. That was, when Transformation Path Gu Immortals transformed into different forms, they needed to clear their Tao marks to prevent the Tao marks from interfering with each other or obstructing each other. This flaw did not exist for Feng Yuan. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, his Tao marks did not interfere with each other. When Qizai chased after him, he thought that Feng Yuan had grasped the peerless secret of reckless savage demon venerable's ability to transform at will. One could say that Transformation Path could display Feng Yuan's advantage the most. It could also be said that Feng Yuan was currently, oh no, throughout history, the only 2 people who were suitable to cultivate Transformation Path. And even more amazing was that once he cultivated Transformation Path, the secret of Feng Yuan's Tao marks not interfering with each other would be perfectly concealed. Feng Yuan could openly use Immortal Gu of all paths after transformation without arousing suspicion. And after transformation, he could use the Immortal Gu of the corresponding path to increase his power. For example, transforming into a Sword Path beast, adding countless Sword Path Tao marks to his body and using Sword Path Immortal Gu, his power would be amplified even more. Even though Feng Yuan's Transformation Path attainment level was not high, it did not matter. He had Reckless Savage's true meaning. Even though Feng Yuan did not have a Transformation Path inheritance, it was not a big issue. But because Transformation Path killer moves were easy to obtain, transforming into a complete form was a Transformation Path killer move. As for Transformation Path's corresponding Immortal Gu, it was the easiest Gu worm among all the paths to refine for commoners. For Feng Yuan, he could quickly accumulate them and start anew. Furthermore, Feng Yuan had other considerations. For example, Langya Blessed Land. This generation's land spirit of Langya acknowledged his hairy man identity. If Feng Yuan cultivated it well, he could transform into a hairy man Gu Immortal and gain his trust and support. If he was chased in the future, he could transform into other things or people and escape. If his current identity was exposed and he could not move freely in this vast world, he could disguise himself and continue to roam the world. From now on, I am a transformation path Gu immortal. Chapter 1072. Langya Blessed Land, a few days later. This is interior rain. Land Spirit of Langya said as he handed a basin of water to Fang Yuan, letting Fang Yuan take a good look. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands to receive it. Be careful. Land Spirit of Langya instructed. This rank 6 immortal material is very special. It is slightly heavy. In Langya Land Spirit's words, he placed emphasis on the word heavy. Fang Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I have heard of this immortal material before. Saying so, Fang Yuan received this immortal material. Immediately, he felt his heart sink. Looking carefully, the water in the basin was so clear that one could see the bottom. It also had traces of refreshing green color. Fang Yuan was clearly holding it steadily, but there were ripples on the water surface. It was like a spring rain falling on the surface of the water. This was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This type of rain was very special. It contained Dao marks. It was not heavy by itself, but it would put a burden on the minds of living beings that came into contact with it. The heavy that Land Spirit of Langya emphasized was not the heaviness of the weight, but the heaviness of the soul. Have you really decided to use your third and final chance to let me refine Gu? But not to refine fixed immortal travel, but to refine change form immortal Gu? While Fang Yuan was inspecting the immortal material in the basin, Land Spirit of Langya asked again. I have already confirmed it. I will not change it. Fang Yuan nodded, answering without hesitation. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind to cultivate transformation path from now on. Fixed immortal travel was good, but it lacked the most crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. Secondly, Fang Yuan was not completely sure that it was already destroyed. Thirdly, it was far less important to Fang Yuan than change form immortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his mind resolutely. He did not hesitate to use his final opportunity. He was going to make a courageous attempt to refine change form immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. Change form immortal Gu was the essence of transformation path. This immortal Gu was famous in history. It had once been used by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable and refined to rank 9. But after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, the rank 9 change form immortal Gu was also destroyed. If the future generations wanted to refine it again, they would have to start from rank 6. In terms of foundation, Transformation Dao was much deeper than Sword Dao and Blood Dao. After Reckless Savage Demon Ancestor, Transformation Path also produced many Gu immortal experts. These people were like stars in the sky, shining brightly in the long river of history. They were dazzling and brilliant, and their legendary experiences caused future generations to reminisce, revere, and yearn for them. Change form immortal Gu was one of the most important characters among them. It rose and fell along with these experts. In history, change form immortal Gu had been destroyed dozens of times. Then, it was refined many times by others. Most of the time, it was rank 6. Rank 7 change form immortal Gu rarely appeared in history. 8 transformation immortal Gu were even rarer. They could be counted on one hand. Because the higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the harder it was to refine. Not to mention the low success rate, the immortal materials needed to refine it were also rarer and more expensive. Thinking about the current old ancestor Xue who, in order to refine rank 8 immortal Gu, fortune rivaling heaven, he spent almost all of his fortune to prepare immortal materials. He even ordered Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's demonic path Gu immortals to search for immortal materials for him. From this, one could see the terrifying price of refining a rank 8 immortal Gu. Fortunately, Fang Yuan only wanted to refine the rank 6 change form immortal Gu. He had the immortal Gu recipe, and the possibility of change form immortal Gu being refined was very small. The immortal materials were also almost ready. This was mainly because of Langya Blessed Land's abundant immortal material reserves, and Fang Yuan did not have to pay a single cent for these immortal materials. Because of thieving heaven demon venerable and long-hair ancestors' agreement, land spirit of Langya would refine Gu for Feng Yuan 3 times for free. Mortal Gu could guarantee success, but immortal Gu could not. This was the 3rd time. And the last time. It is a pity. Back then, you had invincible Dao marks. It was almost certain that you would succeed in refining change form immortal Gu. Why did you rebirth at the most crucial moment of the Gu refinement? Land Spirit of Langya felt it was a pity as he recalled it. Feng Yuan had told Land Spirit of Langya about many things. After all, his secrets were already exposed. Even if Land Spirit of Langya did not know, he would find out from the outside world. I was used by Spectral Soul during my rebirth, but now that I think about it, there are still many suspicious points. Feng Yuan frowned. Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Even though we do not have invincible Dao marks, I inherited my main body and have the hairy man's unique natural Gu refinement method. This method can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth to assist in the Gu refinement. Even though there are calamities and tribulations, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Moreover, all these years, my Langya blessed land has used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to pass countless calamities and tribulations, gaining a vast number of refinement path Dao marks. Together with the effect of Refinement Cauldron, there is a high chance of successfully refining change form Immortal Gu on the first try. However, to be safe, Feng Yuan, you will need to participate in this Gu refinement. You are the owner of Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu now. You can use your strong luck to increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. Looking at the refinement process, the interior rain is the first hurdle. Over the next few days, use this basin of interior rain to practice. Luck path assisted Gu refinement, there were often miraculous effects. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal and Long Hair Ancestor worked together to forcefully refine an 88-point Shenyang Tower. Among them, Luck path assisted them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor worked together to refine a space escape Immortal Gu, but they could not use it yet. Looking at the whole picture, it was clear that Theft Path was not as helpful as Luck Path in Gu refinement. Next, the Land Spirit of Langya taught Feng Yuan some of the profundities of the Hairy Man Nature Gu refinement method, as well as some precious Gu refinement methods, and even many mortal killer moves for Gu refinement. Of course, these things were not free, they were deducted from Feng Yuan's sect contribution points. Even so, Feng Yuan accepted them happily. This generation's Land Spirit of Langya was inferior to the previous one in terms of Gu refinement, but he was still Long Hair Ancestor's obsession. His Gu refinement attainment was much higher than Feng Yuan's. Feng Yuan could be said to have met a great teacher. Many of his refinement path doubts and problems were cleared. Those precious Gu refinement methods and killer moves that had been lost for a long time. Feng Yuan benefited greatly from them. The Hairy Man Nature Gu refinement method was an eye-opener for Feng Yuan. He felt that if he mastered this method, it would be far superior to the isolation Gu refinement method of humans. Interestingly enough, while Feng Yuan was pondering refinement path, he was not able to do so. His younger brother was also studying refinement path in Black Hair Continent, which was under Cloud Cover Continent. Feng Zheng was sitting cross-legged in a courtyard of Black Hair Continent's imperial capital, fiddling with the 3-colored flame in his hand. Feng Yuan's fake will in his mind emphasized, in tomorrow's competition, the enemy is very strong. Feng Zheng, although you have rank 5 cultivation level, you lack usable Gu worms. You are also a pure human Gu master. You are being ostracized in Black Hair Continent. You can only refine Gu yourself. Tonight, you must refine the rank 5 river swallowing toad. Only then can you restrain the enemy's water path methods. I know, can you shut up? Feng Zheng snorted coldly in his heart. Feng Yuan's fake will stopped speaking, but soon, the 3-colored flame in Feng Zheng's hand collapsed. Feng Zheng coughed out a mouthful of blood. The Gu refinement failure caused him to suffer internal injuries. Feng Yuan's fake will laughed coldly. My foolish brother. You are still as useless as before. This is only the start of the Gu refinement, but you have already failed at the 3rd step. Feng Zheng's expression was very ugly. But the truth was in front of him. He could not refute it. He could only remain silent and sit cross-legged again, silently activating his goo worms to heal his injuries. Fang Yuan's fake will said again, being useless is not a big deal. Everyone starts from being weak and useless. They grow up and become strong. But the point is, if you don't admit your weakness, if you don't realize your own incompetence, then there is no saving you. The goo materials you prepared can only attempt the goo refinement 3 times at most. This time, you have just started and you have already failed. Without my help, how can you refine the river-swallowing toad? Hee, tomorrow's battle. Regardless of life or death, even if you beg for mercy, the other party will not let you off. You are indeed hopeless. Fang Zheng flew into a rage out of humiliation, shouting in his heart, "My death is my problem, you are too noisy, shut up." Fang Yuan's fake will said eerily, "What do you have to do with what I say? You think I care about you, about your life? Little brother, you are still as naive and ignorant as before. I only want revenge, you are only a tool for me to take revenge. I can become anyone's tool, but I will never become yours." Fang Zheng's reply was resolute. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed loudly, "You have no choice, even if you are not willing, what can you do? Ever since you joined the martial competition, you have been advancing and killing many hairy Mangu masters. It is all for my revenge. Tonight, you need to listen to my guidance to succeed in the goo refinement. You also need to listen to my guidance, otherwise, you will die tomorrow." Fang Zheng's expression was ashen, but he did not retort. He clenched his fists, falling into a deathly silence. 2 hours later, he started to refine the goo again. Fang Yuan slowly gave pointers. Fang Zheng did not say a word, but followed Fang Yuan's instructions without going against them. Finally, when the night sky brightened, Fang Zheng succeeded in refining the river-swallowing toad. Cloud cover continent. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The interior rain in front of him was finally processed by him. It seemed to have frozen, turning into an almost transparent green jade. But the truth was, processing the immortal material to this state was not as simple as freezing. There were more than 50 steps involved, over 20 goo refinement methods and 13 mortal refinement path killer moves were used. Moreover, the goo refinement goo immortal had to complete it within 5 minutes. After Fang Yuan wasted 3 pots, he finally had some success with the 4th basin of interior rain. At this time, a fake will flew in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over it. After confirming it was harmless, he kept the fake will in his mind. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. In order to survive, Fang Zheng can only act according to my will. Even though he hates me to the core, he can only do this to survive. Every time he relies on my guidance to survive, he feels humiliated and angry. But as long as this happens the first time, the rest will follow naturally. As the number of times increases, he will gradually become numb, and even get used to my existence, relying on my help. At that time, it will be the best time to refine blood deity. But his current state of mind is far from being qualified. He needs more training. Chapter 1073. Blood deity was only one of Fang Yuan's long-term plans. Fang Zheng was the second part of this plan. The first part of this plan was to refine blood deity immortal goo. This immortal goo was something that Fang Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life. In order to obtain the immortal goo remnant recipe, he even went to find trouble with vicious lightning fiend. Only after refining blood deity immortal goo could he kill his kin and refine a blood deity. But now, even though Fang Yuan had the blood deity immortal goo recipe, it was only 70% of the remnant recipe. When he was an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and energy to complete this immortal goo recipe. But now, after Fang Yuan revived, wisdom goo could not use the light of wisdom anymore. Even if I do not use the light of wisdom, with my blood path and wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce the blood deity immortal goo recipe. But the time and energy I have to waste is not as efficient as using the light of wisdom. Even if I refine the blood deity immortal goo recipe, to kill Fang Zheng and refine a blood deity, I will need to teach him a lesson and make him not hate me anymore. Because the blood deity refined from hatred will turn on the master, it is like a double-edged sword. It can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself if one is not careful. Actually, there were many ways to influence a person's feelings or feelings towards another person in the world of Gu masters. Wisdom path had countless methods, and emotion path was the best at this. Fang Yuan had many of these methods. As long as he was willing, he only needed to use one of them to make Fang Zheng submit and be loyal to him. But this way, Fang Zheng would only be influenced by external forces and his true intentions would be obscured. And when he was killed, when refining a blood deity, using these wisdom path methods would erase all the wisdom path Dao marks on his body. Only the purest blood path Dao marks would be left. This way, Fang Zheng's true intentions would recover. Fang Yuan could only teach it slowly. Only by completely changing Fang Zheng's heart and mind would he be able to refine a blood god that met his standards. Obviously, Fang Zheng's training was a long process. Blood deity's immortal Gu recipe was still far from completion. At least Fang Yuan had no time to care about it now. Not to mention, after perfecting the blood deity immortal Gu recipe, he would need to prepare immortal materials to refine blood deity. However, the last point was much easier than the other sections. Blood path Gu worms had a characteristic: the cost of refining them was very low. These factors determined that the refinement of the blood god's son could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he approached step by step and didn't give up, persevering, there would come a time when he would complete it. What Fang Yuan was doing now was taking advantage of his busy schedule. He took the time to train Fang Yuan and approached his goals step by step. You can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps, and you can't form a river without accumulating water droplets. After understanding Fang Zheng's situation, Fang Yuan activated the Gu worm again. A fake will was produced and flew away from him. This fake will would even fly into Fang Zheng's mind to replenish the wear and tear of the fake will from before. Several days passed. Fang Yuan's handling of the interior rain had reached the acme of perfection. Land Spirit of Langya gave him another set of immortal materials. It allowed him to familiarize and train his Gu refinement methods. This was Fang Yuan's main focus. He placed it here in preparation for refining the immortal Gu change form. When he had free time, he would pay attention to the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the changes and managing the immortal aperture. At the Gu master cultivation stage, they needed to nurture their aperture and produce primeval essence to activate Gu worms. But be it Gu worms, Gu materials, or Yuan stone, these cultivation resources of Gu masters all depended on the outside world. At the Gu immortal cultivation stage, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and it was very safe and reliable. It was not like the outside world's resources, which needed Gu immortals to guard and prevent others from stealing them. The immortal aperture was the safest production base for Gu immortals. If they managed it well, it would be a huge help to the Gu immortal. It was their main source of support. Because the Dao marks were the same, it could produce the most suitable cultivation resources for the Gu immortal. It could help the Gu immortal feed Gu. Foreign trade could help the Gu immortal earn more immortal Yuan stone. It could even create new wild immortal Gu in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. It had the layout of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it created by spectral soul, or was it formed naturally? Fang Yuan did not know. After all, sovereign immortal fetus Gu was not created by him. He was only a lucky person who obtained the final results. Fang Yuan could not be bothered to name the parts. He directly copied the names of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, only adding a small word in front. For example, Kokidahara, Mini Eastern Sea, and so on. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan gradually discovered some small secrets of the sovereign immortal aperture. He found that the sovereign immortal aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in terms of structure, the environment was also very similar. For example, Kokidahara was a flat grassland. There were more wind path Dao marks in the immortal aperture. Or Mini Western Desert, Most of the fire path Dao marks were in this area. Southern border had more earth path Dao marks. There were also a portion of poison path Dao marks. After discovering this, Feng Yuan distributed the cultivation resources that he had accumulated earlier. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in mini western desert. He placed the dragonfish in mini eastern sea. The regretful spiders were placed in mini southern border. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were placed in mini blue heaven. As for Kokitahara, there were a large number of snow monsters. These were left behind from the first earthly calamity. There were a large number of desolate beast snow monsters, and even ancient desolate beast-level snow monsters. Feng Yuan did not have the time to deal with these snow monsters. He put them aside for now. After all, Kokitahara was empty. There were no other precious resources. He let these snow monsters move around for now. Kokitahara was huge. The snow monsters could not penetrate aperture walls like ruin bats. Air bubble fish, shark fin wolf, literature carps, desolate beast giant horned sheep, dead eggs of worldly sand gull, a small amount of oil water, rockmen, a small blood G forest, a small area of mirror willows, and so on were all arranged properly. While Feng Yuan was tempering his gu refinement technique, he also spent some of his energy. He took care of these resources. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were moved into mini blue heaven. But the production of gu worms was falling sharply. And the eerie fire dragon pythons and dragonfish were also falling slightly. Only the daily production of regretful spiders was at the same level as before. There was no helping it. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture had great prospects and unlimited potential, it had only gone through one earthly calamity currently. It had Dao marks of all paths, but most of them only had around 100 Dao marks. Regretful spiders relied on wisdom path Dao marks, dragonfish relied on food path and water path Dao marks, and eerie fire dragon pythons relied on fire path Dao marks in their environment. Arrow bamboo forest and star fragment grass had star path mortal gu production. Star path Dao marks. Earlier, these resources were placed in Hu immortal blessed land and star form blessed land. The former had gone through 5 or 6 earthly calamities. It had a lot of Dao marks. Fire path and water path Dao marks surpassed the current sovereign immortal aperture. Star form blessed land itself focused on star path. The sovereign immortal aperture could not compare to it in this aspect. But in the sovereign immortal aperture, not all paths only had around 100 Dao marks. Chi path Dao marks were a level higher. This was because Feng Yuan was in southern border's 5 regional mountain range. He killed the Chi path gu immortal Chi Zai and obtained his Chi path Dao marks. But Chi path Dao marks were not the highest. Most were ice and snow path Dao marks. Feng Yuan had gone through his first earthly calamity not long ago. It was not accurate to call it an earthly calamity. All in all, it had terrifying power. It surpassed even the 10 great catastrophes. Calamities and tribulations had to go hand in hand with fortune and disaster. Calamities and tribulations were powerful. After passing them, the gu immortal would gain more benefits. The benefits here were the Dao marks. Feng Yuan obtained a large number of Dao marks from his first earthly calamity. He obtained a large number of Dao marks. Among them, ice and snow path Dao marks were the most, followed by strength path and transformation path Dao marks. The latter 2 Dao marks. They were inferior to Chi path Dao marks. After all, Chi path Dao marks were accumulated by rank 7 gu immortal Chi Zai's entire life, while strength path and transformation path Dao marks were obtained by Feng Yuan's first earthly calamity. These Dao marks had already started to affect Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The other 4 regions were not affected yet, but in Kokitahara, a huge snowfield had already formed, and the edges of the snowfield were still spreading. This environment was enough for Feng Yuan to transplant many cold-resistant plants. It was enough for them to grow. Like in the past, after several earthly calamities, Hu immortal blessed land's environment was improved. Hu immortal could transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flower, and others. One of the main methods of managing an immortal aperture was to adapt to the local conditions. To refine change form immortal gu, Feng Yuan was actively making preparations. Meanwhile, in Central Continent, Ing Wu Xie and the rest were not idle. They had already obtained the light of the immemorial era. According to the immortal goo recipe, they started to gather other immortal materials. They used their own treasures to settle a small portion, but there were still many that needed to be traded with the outside world. Ing Wu Xie inherited the remnant forces of Central Continent's shadow sect. He was also the leader of Defy, so his priority was to exchange resources internally with Defy. They negotiated and haggled, before making transactions one after another. Goo immortals chased after benefits. Defy's structure was loose. The transactions of immortal materials were not smooth. Because of this, Ing Wu Xie and He Lulan were almost at their wits' end. Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yunxing were not suitable for haggling. After putting in a lot of effort, Ing Wu Xie finally gathered 3 complete sets of goo refinement materials. Yu Mu Chun is already dead. I can only give up on the hairy man natural style and use the human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. The success rate of this method is very low. 3 sets of immortal materials are not enough. It is not safe. Ing Wu Xie did not stop buying. To refine goo, he and the other 3 immortals took a risk and returned to Earth Abyss. The super goo formation that Shadow Sect set up in Earth Abyss was very helpful for goo refinement. When Ing Wu Xie gathered 6 complete sets of immortal materials through Defy, an accident occurred. One of Defy's members, the demonic path goo immortal Gong Sun Liang, who was hiding in Mingtang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Celestial Court's goo immortals. Gong Sun Liang asked for help from Defy, and Defy immediately fell into a huge commotion. Gong Sun Liang had hidden himself very well, but he was actually captured. And most importantly, Celestial Court personally made a move. This was shocking. Most of Defy's members were oppressed and ostracized by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They had secretly formed an alliance to survive. And the 10 great ancient sects were only subordinate sects of Celestial Court. Facing the colossus that was Celestial Court, Defy's members were in danger. They were afraid that Gong Sun Liang would expose clues and implicate them. Damned Celestial Court. Ing Wu Xie could only curse at this. Because of this, Defy's other members went into hiding. They did not dare to communicate with him, let alone trade immortal materials. Ing Wu Xie knew that they were not only afraid of Celestial Court, they were also suspicious of him, the boss. After all, some time ago, Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal goo to Ing Wu Xie. Now that he was killed, the immortal goo was still in Ing Wu Xie's hands. Was it because he was greedy for immortal goo, so the boss purposely did not save him? This question was a huge blow to the boss' reputation. Gong Sun Liang's capture directly cut off Ing Wu Xie's best way to gather immortal materials. Without a choice, they could only use Jewel Yellow Skies. This was the largest trading market in the 5 regions. But the fees were very high, and it was not confidential. It was easy for people to investigate. In short, there were many risks. If not for the fact that they had no other choice, Ing Wu Xie and the rest would not use this route. Gong Sun Liang was captured. Celestial Court will find this place sooner or later. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Myrtle has woken up. I need to refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Ing Wu Xie was feeling increasingly anxious. His situation was also getting more and more difficult. In order to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, Shadow Sect had expended almost all of their inventory. Even Zombie Alliance was used as a material to be refined in the 10 Extreme formation. Although Shi Nu was rank 7, his immortal aperture was not managed well. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing had just ascended to immortal. Their savings were limited. Inside Jewel Yellow Skies, although there were many immortal materials, Ing Wu Xie was lacking in money. He could only split $1 into 2. This way, he would haggle over every penny who would be willing to transact immortal materials with him. Eventually, when Ing Wu Xie used Jewel Yellow Skies to gather 10 sets of goo refinement materials, he almost shed tears of bitterness. His eyes were filled with desolation. When a tiger falls, it will be bullied by dogs. If it was before the Battle of Tian Mountain, to gather the immortal materials for a rank 6 immortal goo, They would only need to take a corner of the treasury to gather 10 or 20 sets of immortal materials. Even if the treasury did not have them, with just an order, Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions would mobilize a large number of immortal zombies. It would be easy to gather immortal materials. How could it be like this? In order to gather immortal materials, Ying Wuxie and the rest had almost used up all of their inventory. They had nothing to do. This time, I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed. Ying Wuxie was determined. He was in a difficult situation, but Feng Yuan's side was very comfortable. Feng Yuan had already discussed with Land Spirit of Langya. Even if the first refinement failed, they would continue. As for the immortal materials after the second and third refinement, Feng Yuan would bear all of them. He had ample funds, or rather, extremely ample funds. Even though the production of these main resources had decreased, Feng Yuan's income had increased by several times. The reason? Because Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources. The flow of time was 60 times faster than the outside world. What did this mean? A day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. As time passed, the resources would increase, completely making up for the small disadvantage of the decrease in production. But only a portion of these resources were sold by Feng Yuan. When discussing with Land Spirit of Langya, Feng Yuan had purposely pawned Dang Hun Mountain. Anyway, Feng Yuan could pay it back. But this made Land Spirit of Langya extremely motivated. Land Spirit of Langya was a little worried that the first Gu refinement would succeed. If that happened, wouldn't he not be able to obtain Dang Hun Mountain? Chapter 1074. Several days later, in the depths of Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Shi Nu returned from outside, reporting to Ying Wuxie. Master, old slave has already investigated. Because of the super collapse, there was a huge commotion. Ancient Soul Sect sent 3 Gu immortals to investigate. According to your instructions, old slave has already lured several ancient desolate beasts and 5 groups of desolate beasts to the collapsed area. Adding on the appearance of wild immortal Gu, these 3 Gu immortals from Ancient Soul Sect will definitely be very busy. Shi Nu was a rockman. This kind of variant human had Earth Path Dao marks to begin with. With Shi Nu's Earth Path cultivation level, he was like a fish in water in Earth Abyss. Ying Wuxie nodded. You did well in this matter. But providence is everywhere. We cannot be careless. Maybe when I refine Gu, providence will affect these Gu immortals and make them come here, spoiling Shadow Sect's plans. Shi Nu thought about it. Master is right. But in this direction, we have already arranged 3 groups of desolate beasts to obstruct them. Even if they break through the obstruction of the beast groups and come here, we will have enough time to react. Ying Wuxie shook his head. You have not seen the true power of providence. It does not only affect Gu immortals, it can also affect desolate beasts and desolate plants. At that crucial moment, these desolate beast groups might also attack. Shi Nu's expression changed. If the desolate beast groups attack, what should we do? The implication was that his previous preparations to lure in the beast groups, wasn't that just shooting himself in the foot? No matter. My reliance is not on these desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts, but on this super Gu formation. It is this super Gu formation. Ying Wuxie said as light of wisdom flashed in his eyes. This could be said to be the safest place in Central Continent at the moment. This super Gu formation covered all aspects. Not only could it conceal providence and defend against wisdom path Gu immortals deductions, it also had extremely powerful offensive and defensive abilities, as well as the miraculous effect of Gu refinement. Spectral Soul continued to devour souls in the door of life and death. He took the cultivation memories and experiences of countless Gu immortals as his own. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive. His aptitude and aptitude were at the peak. A lot of formation path and refinement path experiences were absorbed by Spectral Soul. It saved him a lot of time and energy, allowing him to push his formation path, refinement path, and many other paths to the level of a great grandmaster. And this Super Gu formation was personally designed by Spectral Soul in the door of life and death. One could imagine how powerful it was. Ing Wu Xie was using this super goo formation to refine goo. It was a wise move. Even if desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts attacked, he could use the super goo formation to kill these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, using their souls to attack the super goo formation and temporarily increase the power of the goo formation. Therefore, there wouldn't be anything like shooting oneself in the foot. Shirnu's worries were superfluous, because although he had lived here for a long time, he did not know about this goo formation's marvelous use and battle ability. I did not destroy the spring-autumn cicada. This goo has providence residing in it. Thus, the location of the super goo formation was already known by providence. But it doesn't matter, even if the rank 8 goo immortals of the celestial court come to attack, I have the confidence to defend this place for some time. Moreover, Heaven Overseeing Tower is already destroyed. Even with Fate Goo, the possibility of the celestial court finding this place is too small. Ing Wu Xie did not give up on Spring-Autumn Cicada after careful consideration. Fang Yuan could use Spring-Autumn Cicada to destroy Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan. Then why couldn't he, Ing Wu Xie, use Spring-Autumn Cicada as his final trump card? Providence was vast and mighty. It cared about balance and did not hold grudges. Whoever threatened heaven and earth, or threatened the survival of other life forms, Providence would target them. Right now, Providence's main target was Fang Yuan, but not Ing Wu Xie. Thus, even Spring-Autumn Cicada, which contained Providence, was of great help to Ing Wu Xie. Moreover, in Ing Wu Xie's plan, he intended to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada and get rid of the Providence inside, truly making this legendary immortal goo his. However, these were all part of his later plans. Right now, all of Ing Wu Xie's thoughts were placed on refining fixed immortal travel. This immortal goo was the key to breaking out of his predicament. With this immortal goo, he would be like a dragon returning to the sea, or a tiger returning to the mountains. There is no time to lose. We will start refining Spring-Autumn Cicada now. Shirnu, don't resist. I will activate the goo formation and move you to the formation core. You will assist me in refining the goo. Ing Wu Xie ordered. Yes, master, old slave will do her best. I will not regret it even if I die. Shirnu quickly accepted the order. After arranging Shirnu, Ing Wu Xie also entered the most central formation core. As for He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing, they had already been placed in the other two formation cores. Although it was only rank 6 fixed immortal travel, this goo refinement not only concerned the future of Shadow Sect, it even faintly affected the situation of the 5 regions. It had great significance. The goo refinement began. Half a month later, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Change Form Immortal Goo also began its first attempt at refinement. Fang Yuan stood on Cloud Cover Continent, waiting with a solemn expression as he looked up at the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was no longer as sage-like as before. It was mighty and majestic, its muscles bulged and its body was covered in black hair. It floated in the sky with its head raised like a demon god. It opened its mouth and roared. The roar shook heaven and earth, even the clouds could be seen. Traces of light seemed to have been lit up by the roar, spreading over a range of tens of li. Most of these Dao marks are refinement path Dao marks. They are excellent for assisting in goo refinement. The land spirit of Langya opened its mouth and introduced proudly. It roared again. Along with the roar, lumps of light appeared in the sky, each shining with dazzling colors that dazzled people's eyes. What is happening in the sky? Look, the immortals have appeared again. Not long ago, it was the 7-colored heavenly pillar. This time, it is the sky full of colorful stars. What a magnificent sight! For a time, the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents on the surface of the sea were filled with excited voices. From the beggars to the nobles, all of them raised their heads and looked at the starlight in the sky with burning and yearning gazes. Every star is emitting dense immortal goo aura. It seems that these are components of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron? Fang Yuan spoke, asking in a guessing tone. The land spirit of Langya nodded, saying regretfully, "You guessed correctly. It is a pity that many of the core immortal goo are lost now. If refinement cauldron was complete, The possibility of refining change form immortal goo would be 60%. But so what if it is lost? I do not intend to repair refinement cauldron, so what if it is complete? True strength does not lie in immortal goo. It lies in the goo immortal themselves. Pay attention, I am going to start. At this moment, the Tao marks in the surrounding 100 li were all lit up. The stars in the sky were shining with colorful lights. The land spirit of Langya was hovering in the sky. Countless goo worms flew around him, large numbers of mortal goo materials were refined by him in an instant. The speed was so fast that Feng Yuan felt dazzled just by looking at it. After a while, the land spirit of Langya growled, "It is your turn." In an instant, Feng Yuan's vision changed. He replaced the land spirit of Langya's position, floating in the sky. And the land spirit of Langya was standing at the place where he had just stood, looking up at him. It turned out that in this goo refinement, the land spirit of Langya had used a dual immortal goo refinement method according to the situation. The land spirit of Langya was in charge of the hairy man goo refinement method, while Feng Yuan was in charge of several important immortal materials in the process. There was no clear difference in priority between the two, they were both equally important. Feng Yuan was not surprised, he had already made sufficient mental preparations. While in the sky, he immediately waved his hands, taking out a large basin of interior rain and started to refine it. The land spirit of Langya watched for a while before nodding in satisfaction. Feng Yuan was calm in the face of danger, his foundation was solid, there was a trace of indescribable profundity in his skillful methods. This lad is worthy of being reborn. With his previous life's experience, his refinement path attainment is about to reach Grandmaster level. But it will not be easy to take this step. The land spirit of Langya evaluated in his mind. The goo refinement proceeded smoothly. All the steps were done in an orderly manner. Even if there were some accidents, they were small and not worth worrying about. Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Langya had made sufficient preparations. Moreover, there were people like Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Langya. They could not be considered weak refinement path experts, they could be said to be experts working together. Thus, it was not strange for them to have such progress. After 3 days and 3 nights, the land spirit of Langya and Feng Yuan did not sleep or rest, all their efforts turned into an incomplete immortal goo. The land spirit of Langya was overjoyed. It seems that the first goo refinement is likely to succeed, as long as there are no mistakes in the last few steps. He had not finished his words. There was a loud rumble in the sky, thunder rumbled like a drum, resounding everywhere. The immortal goo was about to be formed, the tribulation was about to descend. Feng Yuan's expression changed, but his hands were still as steady as before, controlling a special ice flame to roast the incomplete immortal goo. Don't worry, it is merely a rank 6 immortal goo's tribulation, it is nothing what. The land spirit of Langya's tone suddenly became high-pitched, like a rooster whose throat was being grabbed. His eyes were wide open, looking at the rumbling tribulation lightning in the sky in shock. The tribulation had not erupted yet, but its might and aura had already surpassed the rank 6 standard in the memories of the land spirit of Langya. In fact, even the standard of a rank 7 immortal goo could not compare to this tribulation lightning. How can this be? The land spirit of Langya could not understand, he shouted angrily. First Supreme Elder, take charge of the goo refinement, I will deal with this immortal tribulation. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and said, no. Most importantly, you cannot leave, your dog shit luck path can protect the immortal goo. Let me deal with this tribulation, boys, form the ancient battle formation with me. The land spirit of Langya shouted. As he shouted, close to 10 hairy man goo immortals flew to his side. Silver light flashed, a tall and arrogant silver giant appeared. The number 2 ancient battle formation in the world, heavenly giant Sola. Central continent, Earth abyss. Huff huff huff. Ing Wu Xie breathed roughly, his eyes were bloodshot. He was like a pitiful gambler who was about to lose everything and wanted to win back his losses. Half a month ago, he had tried to refine fixed immortal travel. Up until now, he had already failed 8 times. Damn it, I only have 2 more chances. I have the Gu formation's help, but I still failed 8 times. The success rate of the human isolation style Gu refinement method is not as high as the hairy man heaven and earth style. However, even if Mu Chun reappears, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Providence also wants to get rid of me. Once I give Providence a chance, it will use the tribulation to show its might. If a random tribulation happens to counter the Super Gu formation, it will be troublesome. Chapter 1075. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds continued to resounding in the sky of cloud cover continent. It was deafening. This is heavenly drum thunder tribulation. Within the silver giant formed by the ancient battle formation, heavenly giant solar, land spirit of Langya shouted. His face was filled with shock and confusion. This heavenly drum thunder tribulation, every time thunder rumbles, formless lightning will form. It will directly affect the Gu immortal's body and destroy their internal organs. It has the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. It is also sound path and lightning path compatible. Ordinary Gu immortals cannot defend against it. They will most likely die if they encounter this tribulation. But Feng Yuan, don't be afraid. Our world is covered in refinement path Dao marks. It is the best defense. Furthermore, I have my own methods to counter it. As long as I, heavenly giant solar, am around, you will be safe. In a hurry, land spirit of Langya transmitted to Feng Yuan. He was afraid that Feng Yuan would be distracted by the tribulation and fail the Gu refinement. Even though land spirit of Langya wanted Dang Hun Mountain, if Feng Yuan failed the Gu refinement, it would be a huge problem. But land spirit of Langya was a man of his word. This Gu refinement was the agreement between thieving heaven demon venerable and long-hair ancestor. He had to help Feng Yuan with all his strength. He did not have any ulterior motives. Feng Yuan floated in the air, turning a deaf ear to the rumbling thunder outside. His expression was calm. His mind was also as calm as ice. Land spirit of Langya's worries were unnecessary. Feng Yuan had been through countless battles. He had been through the 5 regions chaotic war and the battle of Tian Mountain. He was immune to these disturbances. He was not flustered. His fingers moved like flowers blooming. He advanced the Gu refinement steadily. Boom boom boom. With every rumble of thunder, the silver giant heavenly giant solar's body shook slightly. The hairy man Gu immortals in the battle formation were all frustrated. All of them felt irritated and irritable, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. They felt like the apocalypse was coming. Land spirit of Langya snorted coldly. I have a move that counters sound path. Look at my immortal killer move, silence of heaven and earth. The silver giant suddenly burst forth with boundless radiance. The silvery white light was very dazzling, like a fragment of the sun. Feng Yuan closed his eyes in time. He had already activated several defensive killer moves. A silver light suddenly appeared, then rotated to style_txt and disappeared without a trace. The world was silent. There was no more sound of thunder. Dark clouds covered the sky, and countless bolts of lightning flickered in the clouds. But every time, the thunder that accompanied the lightning would disappear completely. After a long while, the sound of thunder gradually grew louder and louder. Even if your heavenly drum thunder tribulation scale is increased by more than 10 times, it cannot interfere with this Gu refinement. The land spirit of Langya had just spoken with a smug tone when the dark clouds in the sky rapidly changed. Countless blue balls of light shot out of the dark clouds. Each ball of light was a blue charm shadow. This was a lightning fairy with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Back when Immortal Fox underwent her tribulation, he was killed by a blue charm shadow. Right now, Feng Yuan was facing 20 blue charm shadows. The land spirit of Langya's eyes were wide open as he shouted, "What's going on? Why is there a second blue charm shadow tribulation? And the scale has increased by 20 times. Even though the land spirit of Langya had lived for a long time and was very knowledgeable, he could not help but be moved. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. This scene was so similar to his tribulation not long ago. My first earthly calamity. Calamities and tribulations are so terrifying that they surpass heavenly tribulations. This time, change form immortal goo is the same. 20 blue charm shadows appeared at once. If I had encountered this during the earthly calamity, I would have died without a doubt. Feng Yuan's first earthly calamity. Heaven and earth chi formed into several iron crown eagles, and 2 or 3 ancient ruin bats. He even encountered many ancient snow monsters, desolate beast snow monsters, and others. In terms of scale, his first earthly calamity was naturally stronger. Feng Yuan barely passed it. But if the earthly calamity he encountered was these 20 blue charm shadows, he would have no chance of survival. When he was undergoing the earthly calamity, the ancient ruin bats had not formed for long. Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He used his full strength to destroy these earthly calamities. Feng Yuan was strong in offense and weak in defense. He was making full use of his strengths. But against 20 blue charm shadows, it was a different story. The blue charm shadows were extremely fast. Their battle strength was comparable to rank 6 Gu immortals. Even if Feng Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave, he might not be able to hit them. Feng Yuan had many rank 7 and 8 immortal Gu, but they were not defensive immortal Gu. Feng Yuan's offense was strong, but his defensive methods were too weak. He was countered by the blue charm shadows. In the end, I developed too quickly. My foundation is not stable. I have many shortcomings. Feng Yuan had this thought. Actually, he had already discovered this problem. But after the battle of Tian Mountain, time was too tight. He had no time to make up for these shortcomings. 20 blue charm shadows shot towards Feng Yuan at lightning speed. They were fast like lightning. They only left behind several blue marks in Feng Yuan's eyes before they got close. Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously, using an immortal killer move. The silver giant's body shined with light. Within the pure white light, the silver giant's body expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew to more than 10 times its original size. The silver giant's body was huge to begin with. After this transformation, it turned into a heavenly pillar that stood on cloud-covered continent and had an immortal aperture above its head. The silver giant's mountain-like body shook. It used an immortal killer move again. The blue charm shadows had already gotten close to Feng Yuan, but suddenly, a huge wall of light appeared in front of it. It crashed into it and was repelled. After getting out of trouble, the silver giant stretched out its hands. Its 10 fingers formed a ball, wrapping Feng Yuan in its palms. The space between its hands was huge. It covered several li of space around Feng Yuan. The situation is bad. Even though my killer move can defend against the blue charm shadows, it will obstruct your Gu refinement. You need to be careful. There might be intense fluctuations coming towards you. If you cannot stabilize yourself, the Gu refinement will fail miserably. Land Spirit of Langya transmitted again. Feng Yuan nodded. He did not speak. He had a solemn expression. He was refining Gu now. There were countless refinement path Dao marks around him. There was also refinement cauldron in the sky. But the battle between the silver giant and the blue charm shadows. It would interfere with the Dao marks and cause countless tremors. This was very disadvantageous to Feng Yuan. It was extremely disadvantageous to him. If he made any mistakes, all his efforts would be wasted. Boom boom boom. A series of booming sounds could be heard. They entered Feng Yuan's ears. The blue charm shadows were like a swarm of blue bees, surrounding the silver giant and attacking the giant's hands. They were very fast, but the silver giant was very clumsy. You fools! Land Spirit of Langya scolded. He had to protect Feng Yuan. He had to keep his hands stable at all times. He could not be distracted. Thus, the matter of resisting the blue charm shadows could only be left to the other hairy man Gu immortals. But these hairy man Gu immortals had low battle strength. They could not control the giant well. Even though they tried their best, many of their immortal killer moves failed. Even if they succeeded, it would be reflected to the outside world with a huge commotion, but the results would be minimal. After fighting for a long time, only one of the blue charm shadows dissipated. This was the luck of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Land Spirit of Langya did not even have the energy to curse anymore. This time, it might not be good. He was filled with worry. The silver giant was formed from heavenly giant solar. It had expanded by more than 10 times. Its defense was not as good as before. It could only take a beating. The blue charm shadows were bombarding it. It was getting thinner, it was almost transparent. And even though Fang Yuan stabilized the situation, because of the outside world's interference, his speed fell. Langya Land Spirit estimated based on his speed. The silver giant would not be able to last until then. He could not spare any attention now. While Fang Yuan was completely focused on the Gu refinement, he could not leave to fight. Without any external interference, it could be said that his defeat was already set. Thankfully, this is my first attempt. Even if I fail, I still have the capital. Fang Yuan had a good attitude. His attitude was also very proper. When refining immortal Gu, who would dare to hope to succeed on the first try? Fang Yuan could accept failure, but in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Ying Wu Xie was already at the end of his rope. This is the last time. This is the final immortal material. I cannot fail again. Ying Wu Xie was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth. He was like a lone wolf that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Once he failed, it would be very difficult for him to gather more immortal materials. In this situation, I can only use my trump card. Even if there are repercussions, I need to get through this first. Ying Wu Xie made up his mind. He activated an immortal killer move. Boundless pain assaulted the depths of his soul. Under the effect of the immortal killer move, his entire soul started to turn into fuel, rapidly being expended. At the same time, his luck started to rise rapidly. My main body had once explored 88-point Jinyang Tower and created this killer move. Thankfully, I obtained rank 7 Soul Howl Gu not long ago. I can use it after modifying some mortal Gu. A resolute look flashed in Ying Wu Xie's eyes. He staked it all on this. He wanted to use a huge amount of luck to help him refine fixed immortal travel. I can definitely succeed this time. He screamed in his heart. Inside Langya Blessed Land, it was already in danger. The silver giant was extremely weak. It was on the verge of collapsing. The hairy man Gu immortals inside the giant were even more injured. Some of their heart meridians were broken. They were coughing out blood. Some had already fainted. Some were trembling intensely, foaming at the mouth. They formed the ancient battle formation. The damage to the ancient battle formation was reflected on them. There were 11 blue charm lightning shadows left. Be it Fang Yuan or Land Spirit of Langya, they were already in despair. For the second Gu refinement, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style anymore. Fang Yuan swore in his heart. He now felt that the human isolation style was very amiable. We are actually going to fail this time. We are ruining the reputation of Langya Blessed Land. It is all because the calamities and tribulations increased so much for no reason. Land Spirit of Langya was also furious. Alright, it is time to stop. Gu Immortal Sixth Hair thought to himself. He was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Langya Blessed Land. There were 3 of them originally, but now he was the only one left. He was the one who contacted Ying Wu Xie secretly, leaking information about the Blessed Land and Fang Yuan to the latter. In this battle against the blue charm lightning shadows, he had put in a lot of effort. It was naturally all destruction. From the perspective of Shadow Sect, he naturally did not want to see Fang Yuan refine change form Immortal Gu. For the final attack, I will use the killer move Warrior's Arm. Sixth Hair thought as he almost laughed out loud. Although this move was very powerful, it would greatly weaken the silver giant's body. Right now, the silver giant was on the verge of collapse. Warrior's Arm would definitely break apart. If I use this move, the ancient battle formation will collapse. Not only will Fang Yuan's Gu refinement fail, the backlash of the battle formation will also take the lives of many hairy man Gu immortals. If I survive, I will be entrusted with more responsibility. This is amazing, amazing. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The traitor's sixth hair decisively used Warrior's Arm. One of the silver giant's arms separated from its body. As it fell down, it shined with a bright light. Oh no! Which idiot! Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He was about to curse. Suddenly, this broken arm was hit by another immortal killer move. The explosive force was completely absorbed and sent far away. Boom! With a loud sound, an earth-shattering explosion happened. It also affected the surrounding blue charm lightning shadows. These blue charm shadows were flying in all directions. Coincidentally, most of them had gathered together at that moment. They had been hit by the explosion and were all destroyed in an instant. An astonishing result. Feng Yuan stared blankly. Sixth Hair was dumbfounded. This works? Land Spirit of Langya was also dumbfounded. After a while, he shouted, "Good job." After this change, the silver giant broke apart. The hairy man-goo immortals were all injured. But there were only 3 blue charm lightning shadows left. The situation changed drastically. But Land Spirit of Langya alone was enough to defend against these blue charm lightning shadows. Sixth Hair was filled with regret. He wanted to make a move, but Land Spirit of Langya ordered him to take care of the other hairy man-goo immortals. An hour later, Feng Yuan held on to change form immortal goo that was still warm from the refinement. He could not believe it himself. He succeeded on his first try? Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Juch. Ing Wu Xie coughed out blood. He fell backwards. His expression was pale as paper. He fainted. The final refinement of fixed immortal travel failed again. Chapter 1076. The butterfly fluttered its wings, flying high and low. Its exquisite and graceful butterfly tail sprinkled specks of emerald green light in the air. Eventually, it landed on Fairy Myrtle's white and slender index finger. Fairy Myrtle looked at this jade butterfly with a deep gaze. She smiled and said softly, "This is fixed immortal travel?" "That's right." An old goo immortal beside her replied expressionlessly. This old granny had a hunched back. She had yellow hair that resembled straw. Her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe. There was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. Fairy Myrtle turned around and thanked sincerely. "This is just a rank 6 immortal goo. It actually troubled a refinement path great grandmaster like Granny Shah to make it. It is its honor." This old goo immortal was a member of Celestial Court. She had just woken up. Her cultivation level was rank 8. She was thousands of years old. The details could not be verified. Celestial Court had many such old antiques, but a refinement path great grandmaster was very rare. Fairy Myrtle knew more. She was a wisdom path goo immortal. She could deduce many secrets from small clues. She knew that this Granny Shah in front of her did not have much lifespan left. She had to hibernate in Celestial Court to delay her death. But she and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord were from the same generation. They had feelings for each other when they were young. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sacrificed himself. This news finally alerted Granny Shah. She ended her hibernation and woke up. Granny Shah looked at fixed immortal travel in Fairy Myrtle's hands. She sighed deeply. "I am an old woman whose body is lying in a coffin. What honor is there to talk about? Can I really help you capture that Feng Yuan by refining fixed immortal travel?" Refining fixed immortal travel required the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. By now, ordinary goo immortals could not gather it, but Celestial Court was an exception. This was the #1 goo immortal organization in the world. Since its establishment in the primordial era, it had always firmly occupied the top position, overlooking the river of history and looking down on the heroes of the 5 regions. The Wind Cloud Manor was just one of the 10 lower sects of the Celestial Court. There was primeval light in the treasury. Naturally, the Celestial Court had even more in its own storehouse. Thus, Granny Shah directly rushed to refine fixed immortal travel, not worrying about a shortage of immortal materials. This was the foundation of the Celestial Court, which had stood for more than 3 million years since ancient times. Facing Granny Shah's question, Fairy Myrtle smiled and answered, "This is the result of my divination. I'm 60% sure." A peculiar light flashed in Granny Shah's eyes. "You and that heaven supervising ghost are wisdom path goo immortals on par with each other. With 60% certainty, there is a need to try." Fairy Myrtle nodded lightly. "Speaking of which, I was lucky to be able to deduce it. I recently received a few crucial clues. It was no secret that Feng Yuan possessed fixed immortal travel, spring-autumn cicada and other goo. Not long ago, we captured a demonic path goo immortal, Gong Sun Liang. We found out that the boss of the organization had borrowed gu from him. Later, we deduced that Feng Yuan could appear in several places. Pot River was one of them. Coincidentally, Wind Cloud Manor's gu immortal, Feng Chanzi, secretly sold the light of the immemorial era to outsiders from the sect's treasury. So, you deduced that Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel has been destroyed, right? Granny Sha asked. It is only a possibility, but from the results, it should be true. Fairy Myrtle answered. That Feng Yuan has many immortal gu. Spring-autumn cicada is sealed, and fixed immortal travel is in our hands. This way it will be much easier to capture him. Granny Sha said. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing, Actually, fixed immortal travel is not a problem. It is just a rank 6 immortal gu. There are too many ways to deal with it. That's right. Granny Sha agreed. It is almost impossible to advance fixed immortal travel to rank 7 or 8, because it uses too much light of the immemorial era. Even if we take all the light of the immemorial era from the Celestial Court's treasury, we can only try 3 times. We can only try to advance to rank 7 3 times. Rank 8 fixed immortal travel is already extinct. The light of the immemorial era could be obtained as much as one wanted in the immemorial antiquity era, but now, it was an extinct immortal material. And fixed immortal travel needed the light of the immemorial era. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel could not carry rank 7 gu immortals, not to mention rank 8 gu immortals. These gu immortals had abundant Dao marks on them. Fixed immortal travel needed to carry them. It was like a baby carrying an elephant. Unless they were space path gu immortals, or used special immortal killer moves. But such situations were rare. In conclusion, fixed immortal travel was limited to rank 6, even though it was powerful, it had little use on rank 7 and 8 gu immortals. Granny Sha continued. Actually, in the history of the Celestial Court, they had possessed fixed immortal travel several times. Most of the time, they were given to lower sects to use, but they lost it due to tribulations or other reasons. Once, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of a gu immortal from the Celestial Court, Liang, and even advanced to rank 7. This person also cultivated Space Path, but back then, when the immemorial desolate beast Calamity Space rampaged, he died in battle and his rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel was treasured by Feng Yuan, but in the eyes of the Celestial Court's gu immortals, it was nothing. It could not be used, it was not convenient. Thus, most of the time, the Celestial Court gave it to lower sects to suppress Central Continent. But who could have thought that Feng Yuan relied on fixed immortal travel to create such a huge commotion? In the end, it was still the same sentence. There was no strongest gu worm, only the strongest gu master, gu immortal. The effect of a gu worm did not depend on the gu worm itself, but more on the gu master. Fairy Myrtle continued. Refining fixed immortal travel and sealing spring-autumn cicada is only to cut off Feng Yuan's wings. The true difficulty is to deduce where he is hiding. Next, I will use all my strength to deduce and find him in Central Continent. Granny Sha, I will have to trouble you to refine immortal gu and help the Celestial Court rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. Granny Sha nodded. Her tone was slightly melancholic. Heaven Overseeing Old Ghost is dead, I cannot save him. But I can rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure that if his soul returns to the door of life and death, he will be glad to know this. Goodbye. Granny Sha left. Fairy Myrtle summoned another gu immortal, Myriad Tidal Dragon. Feng Chanzi used public resources for personal gain. He almost made a huge mistake. It seems that Central Continent has been peaceful for too long. The Celestial Court has become overstaffed. How can such a profligate person be allowed to tarnish the reputation of our Celestial Court? He will be punished to guard Hidden Dragon Cave and Zongxing for 20 years. During this period, if that evil dragon makes a comeback, it will be due to his negligence. He will be punished with his life. Fairy Myrtle said, her eyes shining with cold light. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded, frowning slightly. What about Old Man Beifeng? Feng Chanzi was Old Man Beifeng's grandson. He was doted on by the latter. Most importantly, according to Old Man Beifeng's accumulated contributions and battle strength potential, he could already be promoted to the Celestial Court and become a member of the Celestial Court. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, not all rank 8 Gu immortals could be promoted to the Celestial Court and become a member of the Celestial Court. They had to be the cream of the crop. Fairy Myrtle smiled. If Old Man Beifeng wants to be promoted to the Celestial Court, I will personally welcome him. But right now, his beloved grandson is guarding Hidden Dragon Cave. Feng Chanzi's rank 6 cultivation level is not enough. Coincidentally, no one in the Celestial Court is willing to take over this mess. Let Old Man Beifeng take over. After pausing for a while, Fairy Myrtle continued, I called you here because I have deduced the identities of many of Defy's members. I will have to trouble you to capture a few of them for me so that I can obtain more clues. Understood. Myriad Tidal Dragon accepted the order and left. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was dead. As the only remaining Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fairy Myrtle naturally became the leader of the Celestial Court. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were most suited for this job. Of course, being the leader of the Celestial Court was only temporary. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had equal status. It was not a place where rank 8 Gu immortals could make decisions alone. Everything had to be discussed. Unless an immortal venerable was in charge, that was a different matter. Granny Shah, rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. Myriad Tidal Dragon, kill and capture Defy's members outside. Wei Ling, investigate the internal affairs of the Celestial Court. At the same time, modify the Celestial Court's inspection method. We can't let any spies infiltrate the Celestial Court. Next, I will use all my strength to deduce Feng Yuan's location. This matter should be done as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. Her recent deductions showed that the more she attacked Feng Yuan, the closer Feng Yuan would cooperate with the Shadow Sect. For the Celestial Court, Spectral Soul was their main target. They had to kill him to be at ease. But now, Spectral Soul's main body was trapped in Southern Border's giant dream realm. The Celestial Court did not need to make a move, and could not make a move. They could watch as Spectral Soul died in the dream realm. Thus, the Celestial Court's target was Feng Yuan and the Shadow Sect's remaining forces. They wanted to prevent one or both of them from coming to save Spectral Soul. As for the Shadow Sect's remaining forces like Zombie Alliance, Fairy Myrtle had already arranged for people to kill them. Feng Yuan was her current focus. Fixed immortal travel was not a problem, but Spring-Autumn Cicada was different. If Feng Yuan were to be reborn and change the facts, what would happen then? Central Continent, deep in Earth Abyss. Ying Wu Xie slowly woke up. What happened? Ying Wu Xie was dazed for a while before his eyes regained clarity. He remembered everything. Damn it, I failed to refine fixed immortal travel. I used my trump card and greatly increased my luck, but I still could not succeed? I did not succeed now, and my soul's injuries are severe. Ying Wu Xie's expression was pale. He clenched his fists. He was annoyed, but also at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. The Super Gu formation that Ying Wu Xie was in started to activate rapidly. Oh no! A Wisdom Path Great Expert is deducing me. The Super Gu formation's defense is triggered. Ying Wu Xie shouted in his mind. His pale face turned even paler, without a trace of blood. Chapter 1077. In Central Continent, who could deduce Ying Wu Xie? The first thing that popped up in Ying Wu Xie's mind was Celestial Court. A novel. The #1 Gu immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Celestial Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Celestial Court that had been ruled by 3 immortal venerables. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not want to attack Celestial Court. The Supreme Celestial Court. The Super Gu formation continued to work, resisting the wisdom path deductions of the mysterious Great Expert. The entire Gu formation was emitting eerie black light. It was emitting creaking noises due to the heavy load. In such a short period of time, who can make this Super Gu formation so overwhelmed? It can only be the rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert of Celestial Court. Ing Wu Xie's expression was pale, he was already sweating profusely. Shadow Sect was created after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died. His soul returned to the door of life and death after 100,000 years of development. Because of their brilliant strategy, they reached their peak. But after the Battle of Tian Mountain, they suffered terrible losses. Only some remnant forces were left. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the dream realm. Ing Wu Xie was their only hope. Ing Wu Xie knew how heavy the responsibility on his shoulders was. If he was deduced and did not have fixed Immortal Travel's teleportation method, he would definitely be chased by the relentless Celestial Court Gu Immortals. He would die. It doesn't matter if I die, the problem is that my main body will fall into a hopeless situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will truly die. I will become a record in the river of history. I am not resigned to this. Ing Wu Xie shouted. He struggled to sit up. He injected his mind and immortal essence. He started to control the Super Gu formation. The Gu formation quickly stabilized. Eerie light flowed like water, flowing in the formation. The creaking noises that were unable to bear the heavy load gradually weakened. Whether there was a Gu immortal controlling it, the power displayed by the Gu formation was completely different. Earlier, without Ing Wu Xie controlling it, this Super Gu formation could still defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But now, with Ing Wu Xie controlling it, its power increased by more than 10 times, stabilizing the situation. On the other hand, Ing Wu Xie's situation was getting worse and worse. He had just woken up from his coma, and his condition was not right. Because the Gu refinement failed, he had to use his trump card killer move. In order to increase his own luck, his soul was severely damaged. After waking up, he was busy maintaining the Super Gu formation. He did not even have time to heal his injuries. After controlling the Super Gu formation for a while, Ing Wu Xie felt dizzy. He saw stars and his body was shaking. He almost fainted again. I can't. This Super Gu formation was hard to control. It also had to resist Wisdom Path deductions. It consumes a large amount of my essence, energy, and spirit. I can no longer persevere. Ing Wu Xie's heart sank. Shirnu. Hey Lulan. He transmitted. He had no choice but to tell them the secret of the Super Gu formation, handing it over to the other party to use. Not long after, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Master. Shirnu was loyal and devoted. After being able to control the Super Gu formation, he found that Ing Wu Xie was in a bad state. He immediately activated the Gu formation and healed Ing Wu Xie. He Lulan was in charge of defending against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. The situation gradually stabilized. Ing Wu Xie finally woke up. His condition was much better. Once he woke up, he asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Shirnu replied, 2 days and 3 nights, Master." Did the other party stop deducing? Ing Wu Xie asked again. This time, it was He Lulan who transmitted. Ing Wu Xie's expression was grim. His heart had sunk to rock bottom. They actually deduced for 2 days and 3 nights without stopping. It seems that the other party is most likely a Wisdom Path Great Expert of Celestial Court. Their Wisdom Path foundation is comparable to Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Sigh, Celestial Court. Celestial Court's waters were too deep. After 3 generations of immortal venerables, countless rank 8 Gu immortals had entered it. Shadow Sect had developed for 100,000 years. It could be said to be a huge force, but compared to Celestial Court, its foundation was still very shallow. Shadow Sect had researched for tens of thousands of years, relying on a fortuitous opportunity and paying a huge price. They succeeded in planting a spy in Celestial Court, Lian Jiusheng. But after Lian Jiusheng entered Celestial Court, he did not obtain much information. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were mostly in hibernation. They rarely moved out. However, this little information showed a portion of Celestial Court's strength. It also made Shadow Sect quite apprehensive. First and foremost was the rank 9 Fate Gu that Celestial Court possessed. Even Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only damaged this immortal Gu in the past. He did not completely destroy it. With rank 9 Fate Gu as the core, The rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower was even more powerful. It could monitor the entire world. The investigation range of the person who defied fate included the whole 5 regions, White Heaven and Black Heaven. It was shockingly huge. Secondly, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven had always been free of calamities and tribulations. It seemed to be because it had annexed a large number of fragments of the immemorial 7 heavens. Finally, Celestial Court's Gu Immortal's research on immortal apertures had reached an unfathomable level. In this aspect, even Spectral Soul felt that he could not compare to him. The first thing rank 8 Gu Immortals who joined Celestial Court had to do was to offer their Grotto Heaven and merge it into Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. When they went out of Celestial Court, they would obtain a special phantom aperture. It was used to store immortal essence and Gu worms. This method involved the deepest secret of Celestial Court. It seemed to be the work of primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After rank 8 Gu Immortals merged their immortal apertures into Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven, they would be free from calamities and tribulations. They would be able to sleep and delay the loss of their lifespan. Celestial Court had been established since the remote antiquity era, 3 million years ago. During this period, 3 Immortal Venerables' Grotto Heavens and countless rank 8 Gu Immortals' Grotto Heavens were merged into Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven was extremely vast. The immortal materials and resources inside were unparalleled. With just these resources, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven could be completely self-sufficient. It did not need to obtain anything from the outside world of the 5 regions. Even most Celestial Court's members did not know how many rank 8 Gu Immortals were sleeping in Celestial Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand how vast and terrifying the Celestial Court's hidden power was. However, since ancient times, lifespan Gu was the orthodox method of increasing lifespan. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could sleep to extend their lifespan. There had to be some drawbacks. It was just that Lien Jiuxing had not been able to find out what this drawback was. This was one of Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, which had only existed for over 100,000 years, was simply too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg, while Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was the exposed part of the iceberg. Old Man Inkstone, Bo Qing, Zishan Makoto, and the rest were the part of the iceberg under the sea. And Celestial Court was the sea with the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep. There were icebergs floating on the surface. What was hidden in the depths of the sea? Maybe there were countless dragon pythons and immortal warriors, or maybe the Gu Immortals were all dead. No one knew the truth. It might never be known. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord Lien Jiusheng, Bai Chen Tian, Fairy Myrtle, and Granny Sha were only the rank 8 Gu Immortals who had joined Celestial Court in the last few thousand years. They had not sunk into the depths of the sea. They could be considered huge waves on the surface. Master, what should we do now? Shirnu asked. Ing Wu Xie fell into deep silence. He racked his brains for a solution. Right now, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were like a spear, forcing Ing Wu Xie and the rest to raise their shields and defend, to control the Super Gu formation. Although the Super Gu formation was powerful and could block Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this way, the Super Gu formation needed Gu Immortals to control it. It was like restricting Ing Wu Xie and the rest. Moreover, if they simply defended, they would be too passive. They would definitely lose if they defended for too long. It was not a wise move. Celestial Court attacked me. I'm afraid it was not just against my Shadow Sect, it was also trying to kill Feng Yuan. My body is Feng Yuan's. To a certain extent, I am helping Feng Yuan block his calamity. It is very strange that fixed immortal travel's refinement failed this time. 10 chances, along with the sudden surge of luck at the end, even if it was because of the luck connection that my luck was thinned, the chances of success were still quite high. Feng Yuan succeeded in that situation. My situation was far better than his, but I still failed. It is likely that fixed immortal travel was refined by someone else. If that is the case, it is likely to be Celestial Court. At this time, over at Langya Blessed Land, the traitor Sixth Hair had already sent a letter to Ing Wu Xie asking for forgiveness. Thus, Ying Wuxie knew about Fang Yuan's situation. It seems that I can only sacrifice myself to save myself. Ying Wuxie had a resolute expression. He decided to sacrifice his subordinates in exchange for his own life. With the Super Gu Formation's ability, it could conceal his aura for some time. Fairy Ziwei's deduction ability would be restricted to the Gu Formation. This way, Ying Wuxie would be able to escape and cross the 5 regional walls, leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a dangerous place. Shadow Sect's remaining forces were too few. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a whole new world for Ying Wuxie. I failed to refine fixed immortal travel, but my cultivation level is only at the bottom of rank 6. It is not as difficult to cross regional walls as rank 7 or 8. Now, I can only work harder and move around the 4 regions to gather all the remaining forces. And even if Celestial Court has rank 6 fixed immortal travel, those rank 8 Gu immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower is also destroyed. I am not afraid of its investigation. I can only abandon this camp. And the people controlling the Gu Formation are at least 2 rank 6s, or 1 rank 7. Ying Wuxie thought about it and decided to abandon Shinu, leaving with Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan. He could be assured of their loyalty, especially He Lulan, followed by Shinu and Tai Bai Yunxing. The most important reason was that he would need to cross regional walls many times. When crossing regional walls, the lower one's cultivation level was, the more advantageous it would be. The rank 7 Shinu would be a burden instead. Ying Wuxie made his decision and immediately carried it out. Shinu had no objections. His loyalty was as clear as the sun and moon. He even handed over all of his Gu worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Ying Wuxie. Ying Wuxie's immortal aperture was a dead land. He stored his Gu worms and sent the Rockman tribe into He Lulan's immortal aperture to be nurtured. Chapter 1078. Boom boom boom. Thunder boomed, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Anticle to nets greater than over equal to. Amidst the rising dust, Ying Wuxie suddenly opened his mouth and roared towards the sky. His roar could not be heard by physical ears, but the 3 attacking Central Continent Gu immortals shook intensely. Their souls shook intensely. Not good. This is a soul path immortal killer move. The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals quickly defended themselves. Retreat! Ying Wuxie shouted and led Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan to leave. By the time the Central Continent Gu immortals regained their senses, the 3 immortals were nowhere to be seen. What soul path killer move is this? How powerful! At that moment, I felt like my soul was about to scatter. These 3 Gu immortals, according to their auras, are from Northern Plains. So secretive and secretive. Who exactly are they? They actually appeared in the earth abyss of my ancient soul sect. Could it be that the previous landslide had something to do with them? The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. They conversed while healing their injuries. I've already reported this information to the sect. The sect is currently mobilizing reinforcements. Chase them. The 3 of them were hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense it. They cannot escape. The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals stabilized their injuries and set off in pursuit. Net *********. After tracking for a while, the connection suddenly disappeared. The leading Central Continent Gu immortal was perplexed. Strange. My immortal killer move was only created a few years ago. It has a tracking effect. Very few people know about it. How did he do it? There are many types of immortal Gu, and killer moves can be formed by combining them. Gu immortals had uncountable methods. Maybe he has a method against Fangjing that counters your immortal killer move. That might be possible, but not likely. In my opinion, it might not have been lifted. Perhaps it was only temporarily suppressed. Or perhaps they used some kind of method to block it. The leader of the 3 immortals pondered for a while before saying, "We chased until here, but the connection to the immortal killer move suddenly broke. There must be something amiss. Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture?" The immortal aperture was a small world. They were different from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fate-defying people stayed in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They could avoid heaven overseeing towers detection. If Ing Wu Xie entered someone else's immortal aperture, the three immortals' tracking methods would not work. But the matter of entering other people's immortal apertures. It was very rare in the Gu immortal world. Firstly, the Gu immortal's immortal aperture was of utmost importance. Very few would let others enter their immortal aperture. Secondly, this move had its drawbacks. Gu immortal's immortal apertures contained Dao marks. The Gu immortal entered someone else's immortal aperture. The Dao marks of both sides would interfere with each other, impede each other, and even repel and deplete each other. The specific consumption would depend on the specific situation. Generally speaking, it was more stable to use the big to wrap the small and the big to wrap the small. Even if the immortal aperture was large, as long as the gap between the two sides was not too big, the immortal aperture could be used to store Gu immortals. Equals? Greater than over equal to for all? The net, however, will more or less suffer losses in various aspects. If the immortal aperture was placed in the outside world, it could connect to the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. It would be akin to attaching itself to the 5 regions. It would be much more stable than the immortal aperture inside the Gu immortal's body. It could include more Gu immortals with higher cultivation level. If the Gu immortal entering the immortal aperture had too high a cultivation level and too many Dao marks, the immortal aperture might even explode. Just like the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, only those with a certain cultivation level were allowed to participate in the exploration. Gu immortals with high cultivation level could not enter. Forcefully entering would only cause the fragment world to explode. There was also a special situation, that was the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a land of death. Time was synchronized with the outside world. The internal space continued to disintegrate. It could be seen as the Dao marks in the immortal aperture scattering and returning to the Gu immortal's body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture entered a Gu immortal's body, it would be useless. It would not cause Dao marks to be consumed. At most, the immortal aperture's dead land would disintegrate, and the speed at which the immortal aperture's Dao marks would return to the body. Leader 3 immortals had already calculated this situation. Thus Ing Wu Xie, Tai Bai Yunxing, and He Lulan were all hit by his immortal killer move. Thus, no matter who entered whose immortal aperture, there would still be one person left. He sensed them. While the 3 immortals were thinking, a guess suddenly appeared in their minds. Don't tell me, someone placed their immortal aperture and hid themselves and the other 2 Gu immortals inside? But it is easy for Gu immortals to store their immortal aperture, but placing it requires time. It would cause the world to shake. How could they place their immortal aperture so quickly and silently? Gu immortals have countless methods. There are all sorts of strange things. There is always someone stronger. Maybe the other party has a method to quickly place their immortal aperture? This central continent Gu immortal thought about it but could not come up with anything. But this did not hinder him from dealing with it. Greater than over equal to for all, for all, for all, for all, for all, for all. My connection was suddenly cut off here. Rather than chasing aimlessly, why don't we stay here and investigate? We can preserve the scene and wait for our wisdom path Gu immortals to deduce. The central continent Gu immortal said. His suggestion made the other 2 nod their heads repeatedly. No one raised any objections. They are not leaving. It seems they want to stay here. Inside the Super Gu formation, Tai Bai Yunxing observed as he sighed. These 3 Gu immortals are the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals that Ancient Soul Sect sent to investigate the super collapse. Master, it is fortunate that you were able to escape. Please heal your injuries quickly. Shirnu urged. He Lulan was silent. Ing Wu Xie's expression was extremely ugly. His voice was hoarse. To think that these 3 Gu immortals were waiting for me here. He had already decided to sacrifice himself, but to think that not long after he left, these 3 Gu immortals from Ancient Soul Sect would find him. After an intense battle, Ing Wu Xie's group was not their match. They could only retreat to the Super Gu formation. With the concealment of the Super Gu formation, the immortal killer moves that He Lulan and the rest were temporarily ineffective. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals from Ancient Soul Sect were flying above the Super Gu formation. But the Super Gu formation was extraordinary. Not only could it conceal itself and not reveal any signs, it was also in a phantom state without a solid body. The 3 Central Continent immortals could not detect anything. What should I do next? He Lulan thought as she looked at Ing Wu Xie with a questioning gaze. Ing Wu Xie turned his face away, his eyes flickering. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he said, "We're in a desperate situation. This is the only way." A moment later, Jewel Yellow Skies V. A beam of treasure light soared into the sky. It was thick and large, and as soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of countless people in the Jewel Yellow Skies. What kind of treasure can produce such a magnificent treasure light? Immortal Gu. It is actually an immortal Gu. Someone wants to use Jewel Yellow Skies to transport immortal Gu? How extravagant! Countless wills. The Gu immortals who were paying attention were conversing. The familiar scene in front of them reminded them of the land spirit of Langya that had passed through Jewel Yellow Skies not long ago. The situation of sending Sword Path Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. But soon, there was a commotion in the crowd. The Guardian Immortal Gus had announced. This Immortal Gu was to be sold. Anyone could buy it, but they had to exchange Gu for Gu. Or if they gathered the immortal materials on the list, they could exchange them directly. The Gu immortals were all shaken. Exchanging Immortal Gu for Immortal Gu was the norm in the Gu immortal world. It was also the only way to exchange Immortal Gu. But to think that this Immortal Gu could be exchanged with immortal materials. This was both a pleasant surprise and a pleasant surprise. At once, the whole of Jewel Yellow Skies was in an uproar. Central Continent, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Gu immortals from all over the world showed great interest towards this Immortal Gu. Especially when they found out that the immortal materials on the list were not ridiculous. As long as they could gather them, they would definitely make a profit by exchanging for this Immortal Gu. Time flowed. A sudden Immortal Gu transaction caused a commotion. It had spread to the whole of Jewel Yellow Skies. More and more Gu immortals learned of the situation here. They looked over with concerned gazes and came to inquire. The price was very fair. Countless Gu immortals were moved. Ing Wu Xie sneered at this scene. The person selling the Immortal Gu was none other than himself. Immortal Gu were normally not sold. Because Gu refinement was difficult, Immortal Gu were unique. Even 100 sets of immortal materials might not be able to refine them. But Ing Wu Xie was forced into a corner. He had no other choice. He had no choice but to sell the Immortal Gu. He had immortal killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes in his mind. They were all given to him by the Demon Venerable's will in the Red Lotus in the River of Time. Because Spring-Autumn Cicadas' will was limited, these things were carefully selected. Only then did Ing Wu Xie remember them. They were all very precious and had great value. But he could not sell these things. They were very useful for saving the Demon Venerable's main body. Selling them would be exposing his secrets to others. He could not sell them. These things could not be sold. His cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials. They were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then Ing Wu Xie only had one way, that was to sell Immortal Gu. He had many Immortal Gu. Most of them were obtained from Fang Yuan. What he was selling now was the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu that Fang Yuan once possessed. In the current Gu immortal world, even though there were few Strength Path Gu immortals, this Immortal Gu caused a huge commotion. Because the price was not high, many rank 6 Gu immortals without Immortal Gu could afford it. As I expected, I will first sell this Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu to cause a commotion, then I will sell other Immortal Gu. I will be able to get a higher price. Ing Wu Xie sneered in his heart. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, do you know about Jewel Yellow Skies being born in Central Continent? Granny Sha used a Gu worm to transmit. Fairy Myrtle received it. Fairy Myrtle had been trying her best to deduce the location of Fang Yuan. But she did not know that Fang Yuan's soul and body had been separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Ing Wu Xie, who was closest to her. As for Feng Yuan, he was hiding in Langya Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her deductions were almost useless. After getting Granny Shah's reminder, Fairy Myrtle smiled, stopping her deductions. Selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies? And using Fixed Immortal Travel and other Space Path Immortal Goo to exchange for it? It seems that Feng Yuan has been forced into a corner by me. He has no choice but to use this method. It is a pity. If it were anyone else, Jewel Yellow Skies would not be able to interfere. But my celestial court is an exception. Men, open the treasury. I want to make a transaction with the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies. The heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies was extremely arrogant. It rarely appeared. Even the celestial court did not care. When a venerable threatened it, the heavenly spirit would rather die than submit. The venerables were helpless. In the huge celestial court, it was impossible to force Jewel Yellow Skies to expel Ying Wuxie. Chapter 1079. Southern Border. Shangliang Mountain. The sun hung high in the sky, its radiance dazzling. There was a sea of people on Shangliang Mountain, and it was bustling with noise. The rank 4 peak stage Gu Master Shang Buli appeared on the peak, attracting everyone's attention. Even though Shang Buli was experienced at this moment, he felt a little uneasy. Because right now was Shang clan's grand ceremony, it was extremely important. There were representatives from the Tai clan, Yi clan, Wu clan, Ho clan, and other super forces of the southern border. There were also famous experts and heroes from the evil Dao and rogue cultivators. It could be said to be the gathering of the elites of southern border's Gu Master world. The difference between Shang clan and other super forces was in Shang clan's martial stage policy. The battle stage of other righteous path super forces were targeted at their clans, but Shang clan's battle stage could take in demonic path and lone cultivator Gu Masters. Shang clan was based on business, and their main base was Shangliang Mountain. Everything was negotiable, and it was the biggest hub of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This did not only apply to the Gu Master world, it also applied to the Gu Immortal world. Shang clan's Gu Immortals were often the middlemen of the righteous path and demonic path. Seeing Shang Buli, countless Gu Masters on Shangliang Mountain realized that Shang clan's ceremony was about to begin. The entire Shangliang Mountain became silent. This made Shang Buli feel even more pressure. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He raised his head and chanted, "Shang clan leader enthronement ceremony, begin." In the next moment, magnificent and beautiful music resounded. Countless colorful birds fluttered in the air, and golden flowers fell from the sky, creating a beautiful and splendid scene. From the inside of Shangliang Mountain, a long path of white rainbow light extended outwards. A woman, dressed in splendid attire, walked step by step on the path of white light, appearing in everyone's vision. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyebrows were like light willow smoke. Her eyes were as clear as the moon. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was tied up in a high bun. She was dressed in splendid attire as she slowly made her appearance. It was Shang Xinci. All of a sudden, countless Gu Masters on the mountain subconsciously held their breaths. So beautiful! This is the next clan leader of Shang clan? This woman is so gentle and beautiful. She's practically a female immortal. Where did she come from? Everyone discussed animatedly, and a buzzing sound filled the air. However, these noises were all drowned out by the magnificent and resonant ceremonial music. As for the various VIP seats on the mountain peak, they were occupied by the various superpowers. The experts of the Devil Dao and itinerant cultivators were also watching Shang Xinci's appearance and secretly communicating with each other. This woman is Shang Yanfei's illegitimate daughter. He was not famous, his talent was not good, and his cultivation was weak. To think that in the end, she was the one who became Shang clan leader. Fate makes fools of people. What a pity! Countless heroes died in the battle of Tian Mountain. All the forces in the southern border are in turmoil. Shuffle the cards again. And that battlefield remains of Etion Mountain has already become the greatest mystery of the southern border. Step by step, Shang Xnci walked on the light path of the white rainbow. Under everyone's gazes, her clothes fluttered about as she leisurely ascended. She left Shangliang Mountain's summit and headed straight for the sky. Auspicious clouds gathered in the sky. Tens of thousands of multicolored lights gathered to form a throne. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at Shang Xnci. Today's southern border Gu Master World. You are the only protagonist. Shang Qingqing muttered. As a senior female immortal of Shang clan, she was the one who supported Shang Xnci, allowing her to become Shang clan leader. Shang Xnci became Shang clan leader. Shang Qingqing had already concealed herself to prevent anyone from causing trouble. She was secretly suppressing the situation. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, southern border has fallen into the most chaotic situation in the last few hundred years. Can this woman really lead Shang clan and gain a foothold, or even expand our territory? Shang Tanimo asked. He had the appearance of a young man. He was dressed in a blue robe and had a thin body. Right now, he looked at Shang Xnci with deep suspicion and probing. Shang Qingqing laughed. Generations of clan leaders have gone through trials and tribulations. Furthermore, what I value the most about Shang Xnci is not her ability, but her heart and breadth of mind. These traits give her an indescribable charisma. She is truly unique in the current mortal world. Look at the mountain peak. Her subordinates are tearing up. They are so loyal and passionate towards Shang Xnci. But the truth is, these subordinates of hers have complicated backgrounds, but now, they are all loyal to her. Oh! Shang Tanimo heard this and was moved. Only now did he realize that Shang Qingqing did not choose this woman to be Shang clan leader just because of her character, but after careful consideration. He followed Shang Qingqing's finger and looked down. To think that Missy would become Shang clan leader one day. Sob, sob, sob. Missy, we have finally made it. Xiao Dai cried tears of joy. She was Shang Xinci's trusted servant, and was inseparable from Shang Xnci in Zhang clan. She followed the caravan all the way to Shang clan city, and went through thick and thin together. She was extremely loyal. Master, if you knew this in the door of life and death, you would be very happy. Missy is completely different from Master's other children. She will definitely bring a different future to Shang clan. Servant Xiaolan's eyes were red. She was an orphan, adopted by Shang Yanfei when she was young. Because of her ability, Shang Yanfei assigned her to Shang Xnci. Now that Shang Yanfei died on Etion Mountain, her loyalty to Shang Yanfei was completely transferred to Shang Xnci. Zhou Quan was silent. He was the clan leader of Zhou clan. He was arrogant and virtuous. After Zhou clan was destroyed, he was forced to live outside, managing a shop in Shang clan inner city for a living. Later, he was forced by Fang Yuan to become Shang Xnci's subordinate. Seeing Shang Xnci slowly sit on the cloud throne, Zhou Quan's gaze was dazed. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Fang Yuan. His lips curled into a complicated smile. Black and white demons, should I thank you? Now that Missy has become Shang clan leader, there is hope for my Zhou clan. But immediately, Zhou Quan thought again. No, the matter of reviving the clan has to be put aside. Missy might be the clan leader, but her situation is not good due to internal and external troubles. How can I leave her at this time, when she needs the assistance of her subordinates the most? Zhou Quan did not get carried away by the grand scene around him. He first looked at Shang Buli and Wan Wanshan. When Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, he had 5 capable subordinates. They were called the 5 great generals of Shang clan. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, of the 5 great generals, only 2 were left. They were Shang Buli and Wan Wanshan. The former controlled Shang clan's slave trade, the latter was in charge of the resource development of Shang clan's mountains. Mines, medicine, hunting and so on. One was Shang, he was the representative of Shang clan. The other was Wan, he was an external elder, he represented the external Gu masters of Shang clan. With these 2 experts, Missy's situation in Shang clan is like this. Missy's situation in Shang clan was truly a powerful subordinate and weak master. If things go wrong, these two might work together and make her a puppet clan leader. After all, Missy's identity cannot gain the support of all Shang clansmen. She is the illegitimate daughter of the previous clan leader. The internal situation is worrying. Outside, there are many undercurrents and dangers lurking. In the Battle of Tian Mountain, too many leaders and heroes died. Everything is being reshuffled. The ownerless resources need to be fought over again. The manpower and material resources available to the young miss were simply too little. They couldn't be compared to the other brothers and sisters. Not to mention dealing with external matters. And at this time, Lady Wei is going to leave her. Thinking of this, Zhou Quan looked angrily at the mature Gu Master Wei Dexin beside him, feeling very unhappy. He was Shang Xan's chief steward. He knew a lot of information. Wei Dexin was the wife of Wei clan leader. She had the ability to train guards. She was pregnant and wanted to protect her husband's only bloodline. Thus, Fang Yuan targeted her weakness and threatened her, eventually making her submit to Shang Xanci, helping Shang Xanci to nurture a group of elite guards. At the same time, she became the leader of Shang Xinc's guards. Right now, she had already given birth to a son, successfully continuing her husband's bloodline. Because she often showed her face in public. Her news was known to her younger brother, Wei Shenzhen. Not long ago, Wei Shenzhen sent a letter, asking Wei Dexin to join him and work for Wu clan. Wei Dexin was moved. After all, when she submitted to Shang Xanci, it was Fang Yuan who used both soft and hard tactics, mostly threatening her. But Zhou Quan did not know that while he was worrying about the situation, Wei Dexin was also worried. Zhou Quan was once a clan leader, he could see the big picture. Wei Dexin was the same. She was the clan leader's wife, she could see more than Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai. Shang Yanfei is dead, my enmity with Shang clan has faded. Even though I was forced by He Sha to work for young Miss. But after interacting with her, I gradually understood young Miss's character. Young Miss is a good person. There are too few good people in this world after all. Little brother, big sister is sorry, I cannot go to your side to help you. You are a hidden elder in Wu clan, even though you are ostracized, at least your life is not in danger. But young Miss's side is filled with danger. Wei Dexin sighed in her heart. No matter what, as the steward of young Miss, I need to consider everything for her. Now is the time to use people, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng, these three demonic path brothers. We must keep them here, we cannot let them go. Zhou Quan looked at the three people in the crowd as his eyes shone brightly. No matter what, as the leader of young Mrs. Guards, I need to plan for her. Shang Yanfei is dead, Shang clan only has two capable people left. To prevent them from taking over, we need to quickly promote new people. Xiao Yan. He was a very good candidate. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he also worships Wei Yang. Because of the black and white twin demons, Wei Yang had a good relationship with young Miss when he was alive. Xiao Yan is also closer to her. Wei Dexin looked at Xiao Yan in the crowd as she quickly calculated. In the sky, Shang Xnci spoke for the first time. It was short but the meaning was deep, making people think deeply. This was not her idea, it was Wei Dexin and Zhou Quan's plan. After she finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers as Shang Xinc's figure gradually faded. But the ascension ceremony was not over yet. There would be a day and night of celebration, good food and wine, singing and dancing to celebrate peace, sweeping away the sorrow and dejection of the clan's elite's sacrifice. After disappearing from the sky, Shang Xnci directly appeared in the inner city's city lord's residence. So tired. Without anyone's attention, she relaxed, feeling a deep exhaustion in her body and mind. But she knew now was not the time for her to rest. She started to use gu worms to call her trusted aides. Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan, Wei Dexin, Zhou Quan, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng. Shang Xnci had things to do. Yi Fan walked on the road with bright light in his eyes. He walked with a majestic gait. Ever since he refused to retreat and protected Shang Xnci, he obtained Shang Qingqing's recognition, She gave him a great inheritance and a large number of goo worms. Yi Fan had no direction in his cultivation. After obtaining this inheritance, his future was clear. He no longer lacked goo worms. His future was bright. He could be said to be Shang Xian's benefactor. He could freely enter the city lord's residence without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xnci actually became Shang clan leader, but it is not easy to be a clan leader, not to mention Shang clan's leader. How can I, Yi Fan, watch without doing anything? Thinking of Shang Xianci, Yi Fan's heart pounded. He was developing feelings for Shang Xianci, but he did not know how Shang Xianci felt about him. He knew that Shang Xianci was in the city lord's residence, thus he came uninvited. Closer, even closer. The final door was right in front of him. He would be able to see Lady Xnci soon. Yi Fan's footsteps could not help but speed up. He stood at the door, straightening his back and tidying his clothes, about to knock on the door. But he heard Shang Xinci's voice from inside. Everyone, listen to me first. After becoming clan leader, I want to do something. This matter has been bothering me for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to cancel Brother Black Demon Fang Jing's arrest warrant. Of course, there is also Sister White Demon. Yi Fan was stunned. His finger that was about to knock on the door froze in the air. Shang Xianci was discussing with her subordinates, while Shang Qing and the other Gu immortals were in Living Treasure Blessed Land planning for Southern Borders matters. Living Treasure Blessed Land was Shang clan's public blessed land. It was their headquarters. It was located in Southern Border at all times. It was very stable and could allow Gu immortals to enter and leave. This blessed land's door was the Living Treasure door. It liked to dig its nose randomly. After the Battle of Tian Mountain ends, Southern Border's Gu immortal world will be in chaos for the next few decades. Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke slowly. He looked around as he continued, "There are 3 major matters in our clan now. First, all the region's zombie alliance have disappeared mysteriously. Southern Border's zombie alliance branch is no exception. They occupy a lot of resources. Our Shang clan can use them. Second, Tian Mountain is surrounded by a giant dream realm. Our righteous path forces need to unite and encircle this place. We need to research it and prevent any demonic path or lone immortals from entering. Third, Tian Mountain's unprecedented gamble ended without any results, but there is an enormous amount of cultivation resources left in Jewel Yellow Skies. And the Gu immortal Gua Lao, who participated in this gamble and is still alive, is the only candidate to inherit this resource. We must control him in our hands." Shang clan's Gu immortals nodded. The 3 major matters that First Supreme Elder mentioned were also major matters in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. They affected countless people's hearts. I have been paying attention to Jewel Yellow Skies. I will not hide it from everyone. Shang Qing had just spoken when her expression changed. She cried out, "What is going on?" Jewel Yellow Skies actually closed. Chapter 1080. Jewel Yellow Skies originated from Taoist Duo Bao. This person was a Gu immortal from the medieval antiquity era. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He obtained a yellow heaven fragment and fused it into his immortal aperture's grotto heaven, creating treasure yellow heaven. Once a Gu immortal's immortal aperture devours a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the 5 regions and could not be moved. Jewel Yellow Skies was the same. It had remained in the same place for over 300,000 years after it first appeared. But where was the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies? This was a huge mystery that nobody knew. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had tried to deduce it but did not obtain an accurate answer. The original owner of Jewel Yellow Skies was Taoist Duo Bao. Since then, there had never been a successor. Even the generations of Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables could not find the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies. Jewel Yellow Skies has existed for so long, it has already become the #1 trading market in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. Why did it suddenly close? Shang clan's Gu immortals were uncertain. Ever since Taoist Duo Bao created Jewel Yellow Skies, it had been open for over 300,000 years. It had unknowingly become the main support for Gu immortals' cultivation. occupying an important position in their hearts. Since a long time ago, Gu immortals were already used to the existence of jewel yellow skies. Now that jewel yellow skies suddenly closed, many Gu immortals were caught unprepared. Why do you think jewel yellow skies suddenly closed? Oh no, we want the gambling capital for the Battle of Tian Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge gambling capital is still in jewel yellow skies. Don't tell me, the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies also wants to embezzle this huge sum of money? Shang clan's first supreme elder shook his head, denying. The heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies does not care about this gambling capital. If it embezzled, jewel yellow skies would not have its current reputation and status. There were no records of jewel yellow skies being greedy in history. However, there are several records of the closure of jewel yellow skies. Is that so? We would like to hear the details. Shang Qingqing hurriedly asked. Shang clan's first supreme elder said slowly. He revealed a secret. It turned out that the closure of the jewel yellow skies in history was all related to the same thing. This was a fragment of the primordial yellow heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and black. Now, only black sky and white sky remained. The yellow sky had long since shattered. Back then, Taoist Duobao knew that he could not transcend the tribulation and took the initiative to use his immortal aperture. After swallowing a fragment of the immemorial yellow skies, it became the jewel yellow skies. Although he was trapped in the jewel yellow skies for the rest of his life and lost his freedom, there were no disasters or tribulations after that. Jewel yellow skies had devoured the primeval yellow skies fragment. From then on, it could only devour yellow skies fragments in order to expand itself. In the historical records, there were several transactions. There were various people who went to the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies. They sold the primeval yellow skies fragment world. After obtaining it, the heavenly spirit took the initiative to close the jewel yellow skies and wholeheartedly devoured the yellow skies fragment to expand itself. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same situation. Finally, the first supreme elder of the Shang clan guessed. His guess was not wrong at all. The only thing in the world that could move the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies was probably the yellow skies fragment. The primeval 9 heavens had been shattered for a long time, and the yellow skies fragment had long gone extinct. Only those with great luck and fortuitous encounters would have a chance of obtaining it. However, the celestial court had a long history. The treasury was unimaginably rich. They could also take out the primeval yellow skies fragment, and the scale was not small. If the scale was small, the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies did not need to close the jewel yellow skies. They could devour it with just a portion of their strength. Right now, the closure of jewel yellow skies was definitely because the yellow skies fragment was too huge. The heavenly spirit had no choice but to devour it wholeheartedly. Jewel yellow skies had always remained neutral, aloof from worldly affairs. Its location was extremely mysterious. Even the celestial court could not do anything to it. If the celestial court forcefully requested the heavenly spirit to ostracize Ying Wu Xie, the heavenly spirit would not care about it. Moreover, the other 4 regions Gu immortals, they would not have many concerns. The 5 regional walls were still around, the celestial court's influence and control. It was only limited to Central Continent. But the celestial court was extremely rich. It directly sold a huge yellow skies fragment. As a result, Ying Wu Xie's plan to save himself was completely destroyed. Damn it! The celestial court actually did this. Ying Wu Xie had a ruthless expression. He clenched his fists tightly, veins popped out. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was furious, but the celestial court was pressuring him with their power. He could not resist it. He could only let them do as they wished. He was helpless. Suddenly, Ying Wu Xie's anger attacked his heart. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He directly fell down. Hatred and anger filled his heart. Other than that, there was also a bone-chilling coldness. The celestial court directly sold the yellow skies fragment, paying such a huge price to get rid of Ying Wu Xie. It could be seen that the other party was determined not to give up until they achieved their goal. Desperate situation. The Celestial Court's action was equivalent to blocking Ying Wuxie's final path of retreat. It was too ruthless. Without jewel yellow skies, even if Ying Wuxie wanted to sell the immortal materials, he could not do anything, they could only rot in his hands. What made him feel even more disgusted was that his immortal goo, Iron Crown Eagle Strength, was trapped inside. Without the immortal materials, how could he continue refining goo? Without immortal goo, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. How could he break the current stalemate? Jewel yellow skies closed on its own, the heavenly spirit absorbed the yellow skies fragment. This was not something that could be done in a day. According to historical records, the shortest time was more than 2 months. There was no other way out. It seemed like he could only let the Celestial Court make deductions. Ying Wuxie and the rest could only defend passively and stall for time. Eventually, the enemies that they could not resist would come to them. Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's appearance had changed. He had become an immortal zombie again. He had once modified Nirvana Fire and created a Strength Path immortal killer move that could switch between life and death. At times, he would become a living goo immortal. At other times, he would become a dead immortal zombie. But right now, he was not using this method. He had lost all of his Strength Path immortal goo. He could not use that Strength Path killer move. Feng Yuan's method was simple. His soul flew out of his body and entered a Strength Path immortal zombie corpse. These Strength Path immortal zombie corpses came from Blazing Heaven Demoness. After Feng Yuan reborn, to be safe, he made sufficient preparations for his life and death immortal aperture. He obtained many Strength Path immortal zombie corpses from Blazing Heaven Demoness. These corpses were placed in star form Blessed Land. After Etian Mountain, they returned to him from Land Spirit of Langya. Other than these immortal zombie corpses, there were also a large number of precious immortal materials. Many quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were obtained by Feng Yuan from the Goo Formation in Earth Trench. Most of the rank 7 and 8 immortal materials were obtained from Falling Heavenly River. He had benefited from immortal zombie Bo Qing's awakening and Central Continent's dominance. Feng Yuan did not have much immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone, but he did not lack goo refinement immortal materials. It was just that these immortal materials were too high in quality, they were not suitable for the current situation. The immortal materials were not important, the important thing was wisdom goo. Feng Yuan stared at wisdom goo for a long time, but it did not move at all, not to mention the light of wisdom. I used other immortal zombie corpses to replace myself, but it was ineffective. I still cannot draw out the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan was not surprised at this result. Actually, he had already done a similar experiment in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Wisdom goo had never been refined by Feng Yuan. It was only because of the winds of assimilation that it made an agreement with Feng Yuan to survive. Survival was the instinct of all living beings. But wisdom goo seemed to recognize Feng Yuan as a whole. Both the body and the soul were indispensable, only then could it draw out the light of wisdom. If one was missing, be it the body or the soul, they would not work. This means the most direct method is to take back my body? Feng Yuan pondered. His original body was still an immortal zombie. It did not need to be modified, it was the most suitable body to bathe in the light of wisdom. But this method, although direct, was not practical. Ying Wuxie has already gone missing. He might have Spring Autumn Cicada, fixed immortal travel, and other immortal goo. Other than that, there is also He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, they might be helping him. Earlier, Feng Yuan had no time to care about them because of the calamities and tribulations. Now, every time he thought of the troublesome Ying Wuxie, Feng Yuan would feel a headache. That is why I need to refine Fengjing into a blood deity. Feng Yuan's current body was created from sovereign immortal fetus goo. He had no parents. There was no bloodline connection between him and all living beings in the world. But Feng Yuan still wanted to refine Fengjing into a blood deity. Using Fengjing to refine a blood deity could counter Feng Yuan's body. Even if he could not take back his original immortal zombie body, Feng Yuan could use this Fangjing blood deity as a foundation and modify it. Chapter 1081. Feng Yuan shook his head, sighing. The price of feeding wisdom goo was too high. It was the land spirit of Langya that was willing to pay the price. Feng Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus goo to revive. He was now 16 years old. The average lifespan of humans in this world was 100 years. Subtracting 16 from 100, Feng Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left. It was quite long. But even so, Feng Yuan knew that if he obtained lifespan goo, he would use them on himself. Even if he did not use them now, he would store them for emergencies. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo. However, lifespan goo was the strongest currency in goo immortal transactions. Almost nothing could compare to it. Goo immortal cultivation had two major obstacles: calamities and tribulations and lifespan. Even the strong immortal venerables and demon venerables were restricted by these two obstacles. In fact, back then, when giant sun immortals set up 88-point Xinyang Tower, the most important goal was to search for lifespan goo in northern plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding wisdom goo, that was secondary. In giant sun immortals' later years, wisdom goo was in a hungry state for a long time. It had to hibernate and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88-point Xinyang Tower, he found wisdom goo inside. Unfortunately, he could not use it. He could not afford to raise it. Lifespan goo were hard to find. He did not even have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he had already comprehended many things. He did not need wisdom goo much. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, a great era that belonged to him came to an end. After that, lifespan goo started to appear in the world again. After that, it started to flourish again. Another earth-shattering expert appeared. That was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He wanted to extend his lifespan. In his later years, he searched for lifespan goo, but the number of lifespan goo was not enough. Gradually, they became rare and went extinct. After Paradise Earth died, the world went on a cycle. He recuperated, lifespan goo appeared again. 88-point Xinyang Tower held an imperial court contest every 10 years. They searched for lifespan goo in northern plains. Wisdom goo was gradually fed and recovered, until Feng Yuan destroyed imperial court blessed land. Next, under the urge of survival, wisdom goo and Feng Yuan arrived at Hu immortal blessed land. After a series of events, he ended up in Langya blessed land. When I was in Three Kings blessed land, I used 2 lifespan goo in an attempt to refine second aperture goo. But that could not be helped. In my previous life, I obtained a lifespan goo from Blazing Heaven Demoness. After rebirth, he did not have this opportunity. He did not even have a single lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave me a lifespan goo. She should have more than 1 lifespan goo in her accumulation. She eventually died in the 10 extreme formation. What a pity, the lifespan goo in her hands was also destroyed. Something's not right. Feng Yuan's thoughts wandered. Suddenly an idea came to him. Lifespan goo are hard to find. Even the immortal venerables and demon venerables coveted it and needed it. Blazing Heaven Demoness died because of Spectral Soul's scheme. All of her accumulations were destroyed. They were all taken away by Spectral Soul. Even though Spectral Soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance are still there. Their wealth is still very shocking. As for the land spirit of Langya's hands, they also had quite a sizable amount of lifespan goo. Almost all of these lifespan goo came from Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had a long history, over 300,000 years. It had 2 generations of venerables. Langya Blessed Land was originally Langya Grotto Heaven. It had a huge space inside. Later, it was purposely turned into a blessed land, but Refinement Cauldron was fused into the immortal aperture world, causing Langya Blessed Land space to increase instead. It was bigger than many grotto heavens. A vast number of hairy men lived here, forming 3 nations. Countless living beings lived here, generation after generation. Lifespan goo originated from life. As long as there was life, it was possible for wild lifespan Gu to be born. The space was huge, there were countless people, it had a long history, along with land spirit of Langya's complete control over the blessed land. Once a lifespan Gu was produced, it could be harvested immediately. All these factors combined caused land spirit of Langya to accumulate more and more lifespan Gu. Even though Feng Yuan did not know the exact amount, he could easily guess that it was not a small number. After all, ordinary Gu immortals had lifespan Gu. But land spirit of Langya did not need it. Using wisdom Gu requires the Gu immortal's lifespan. But raising wisdom Gu requires lifespan Gu. For now, it is better to let land spirit of Langya feed it. Feng Yuan did not need to probe the land spirit of Langya's scheme, he could vaguely guess it. There was no helping it, Feng Yuan did not have lifespan Gu, he could not feed it. Moreover, he could not even protect himself. Gu immortal's tribulations got harder each time, the calamities and tribulations got stronger each time. Feng Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity, he had no time to care about wisdom Gu. Ever since wisdom Gu was brought out, Feng Yuan had not fed it even once. Speaking of which, land spirit of Langya could be said to have helped Feng Yuan. Taking a step back, even if wisdom Gu joins land spirit of Langya, it is a good thing. I can also use my current identity and borrow land spirit of Langya's methods to use wisdom Gu. At most I will have to pay some sect contribution points. All Gu worms were tools. All of his hard work was towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Feng Yuan had given up too much, there was nothing he could not give up. This experiment on wisdom Gu ended in failure. But Feng Yuan was not disappointed. Before leaving, he asked for something from land spirit of Langya. It was an information path mortal Gu. Inside it was the scene of him refining change form immortal Gu. The Gu refinement this time was extremely strange. The calamities and tribulations suddenly became so strong. It was a fluke that I could succeed. Feng Yuan, you have to tell me what you research. Land spirit of Langya instructed Feng Yuan before they parted. First Supreme Elder, even you did not research anything, it is even more impossible for me. I will try my best. Feng Yuan replied. He vaguely felt that the strange increase in the calamities and tribulations was related to sovereign immortal fetus Gu. But he would not tell land spirit of Langya about this even if he was beaten to death. Other than researching the calamities and tribulations, Feng Yuan had another goal. He wanted to investigate Langya sect and see if there were any traitors. All along, Feng Yuan had this knot in his heart. Shadow sect had planted 2 traitors in Langya blessed land, they were both hairy man Gu immortals. When Shadow sect attacked Langya blessed land, these 2 hairy man Gu immortals played a crucial role. But other than these 2, are there any other traitors in Langya sect? The answer to this question was very important to Feng Yuan. After all, he had already joined Langya sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to rely on land spirit of Langya to help him pass tribulations and cultivate. He had just started his investigation. He did not have the time or energy before. After flying for some time, Feng Yuan's residence was already in sight. This was a tall and majestic city. Pure white city walls stood tall and majestic. The tall towers had flags flying in the wind. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent, there were 12 cloud cities. Each city was a mortal Gu house. When activated at the same time, they could form the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. It could cover the whole of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities had been upgraded from the former 12 cloud pavilions. The current land spirit of Langya liked extravagance. He was completely different from the previous one. This cloud city in Feng Yuan's vision was allocated to him by the land spirit of Langya. It was his residence. The rest of the hairy man Gu immortals, including the land spirit of Langya himself, each occupied a cloud city. There were very few residents in the city, but in the future, there would be more and more. Because the land spirit of Langya's plan was to start a war between the 3 continents and choose outstanding hairy man Gu masters, moving them to Cloud Cover Continent and nurturing them. Feng Yuan flew to the sky of the cloud city and slowly descended. Several hairy man Gu masters came out to welcome him. They were elites among the hairy man-gu masters. They were chosen by the land spirit of Langya and were arranged to stay by Fang Yuan's side. On one hand, it was to take care of the miscellaneous matters in Fang Yuan's life. On the other hand, it was to let Fang Yuan guide their cultivation. Fang Yuan naturally did not care about these hairy men. But the leading hairy man-gu master respectfully reported to Fang Yuan that the 6th city lord had come to visit Fang Yuan. He had already been sitting in the guest hall of the city for a long time. The 6th city lord was Gu Immortal 6th Hair. He was guarding the 6th cloud city. Why is he here? Fang Yuan was puzzled. He came to the guest hall and saw this Gu Immortal 6th Hair. I am 6th Hair. Greetings to the 2nd city lord. I am here to ask for guidance on battle. Gu Immortal 6th Hair greeted as he spoke of his purpose. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze became extremely cold. It turned out that although 6th Hair said this, he secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, it was a different story. Fang Yuan, I am representing Lord Ing Wu Xie to make a transaction with you. Ing Wu Xie. Shadow Sect. 6th Hair was the traitor. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. Sure. We are all from the same sect. I can't ask for guidance. We can spar. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had a passionate expression. He dismissed his attendants and asked 6th Hair to sit down. He walked to the main seat and sat down. These few steps were not far. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there were many thoughts. 6th Hair is the traitor. Is he the only traitor in Langya Blessed Land? He is representing Ing Wu Xie to make a transaction with me. What does he want to do? What is the situation with Ing Wu Xie? Why is he suddenly making a transaction with me? Is he sincere? Or is it a trap for me? Or is it a probe from the land spirit of Langya? After all, I joined Langya sect because of the Information Path Alliance agreement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sat down. Chapter 1082. 6th Hair looked at Fang Yuan and laughed. He was not afraid at all. Plus or minus, if he wanted to interrogate him, Fang Yuan would have already made his move the moment 6th Hair transmitted. But Fang Yuan did not do so. He sat down before uttering empty threats. As for the reason, 6th Hair knew it well. He said, I am in charge of supervising the 12 cloud cities. Before you came, I had already set up an immortal Gu formation here. Not only can it disguise itself and not be discovered by the land spirit of Langya, it can also suppress the alliance agreement. You can give it a try. Fang Yuan had already joined Langya sect. He was bound by the alliance agreement. He could not do as he pleased. Especially when he talked to 6th Hair, a traitor of Langya sect, it was a violation of the alliance agreement. But hearing 6th Hair's words, Fang Yuan tried it out. As expected, he did not suffer any backlash from breaking the alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. He said after a while, It seems you are really a traitor of Langya sect. What deal do you want with me? 6th Hair relaxed a little. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would capture him without asking any questions. Now it seemed that he had passed the first round. But he could not be careless. Fang Yuan was shameless and despicable. He was crafty and had no bottom line. And he had taken the risk to come here and expose his identity. He was still in danger. But there was no helping it. Ing Wu Xie was at his wit's end. He could only use this method. Making a deal with Fang Yuan was like asking a tiger for its skin. It was too dangerous. Only after the deal was made would there be evidence. He could turn around and bite him at any time. Drag him down with him. At that time, 6th Hair would be completely safe. But how could he ensure that he could achieve his goal? He would not lose too many benefits. 6th Hair felt troubled, because he was in a weak position. Ing Wu Xie and I have deep enmity. Now, he suddenly came to me, even exposing himself as a traitor. He needs my help. I want to see what he has up his sleeves. Fang Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. To tell you the truth, Lord Ing Wu Xie's side is already at the end of the line, and he's in imminent danger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to appear and trade with you, 6th Hair suddenly said. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and sized him up again. 6th Hair was so honest. Fang Yuan was inwardly surprised. There was no such thing as before the trade negotiations. Expose your own shortcomings first? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed as he immediately realized that Sixth Hair was deliberately doing the opposite. Even if Sixth Hair didn't say it, Fang Yuan could guess it. Now that he said it, it seemed like he wanted to cut off all means of retreat and put himself in a hopeless situation. Looks like I've been with the land spirit of Langyo for a long time, so I've let down my guard. Although he's a hairy man, he's a traitor of the Shadow Sect. How can he be as easy to bully as the land spirit? Fang Yuan raised his guard. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said. He said slowly, Ing Wu Xie has my body and the accumulation of goo worms. He also has the help of He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. How could he have fallen to such a state? I don't believe it. Sixth Hair shook his head. Fang Yuan, there's no need for you to continue probing. You planted it deliberately. The self-destruction of the goo worms caught Lord Ing Wu Xie off guard. He tried his best to preserve only 30% of the goo worms. As soon as he said that, Fang Yuan was finally convinced that the Sixth Hair in front of him was really a spy from the Shadow Sect in Langya Sect. Fang Yuan's mind raced. Just now, he had also lied to Sixth Hair. This allowed Fang Yuan to immediately obtain a lot of valuable information. I didn't expect Ing Wu Xie to really control black and white. He Lulan was a formidable person. She was not easy to control, but with the death of her aunts, the difficulty of controlling her was much lower. She has the great strength true martial physique. If used well, she would be a great pawn. And Tai Bai Yunxing is a good person, even though he is indecisive. He has two-time path immortal goo that can help him a lot. But they were both controlled by Ing Wu Xie. What a pity. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Fate was truly mysterious. After the battle of Yitian Mountain, he and Ing Wu Xie had swapped positions. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus goo, while Ing Wu Xie inherited most of his accumulations. He could use He Lulan to control Tai Bai Yunxing. Ing Wu Xie was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He had extraordinary methods to control these two. Ing Wu Xie obtained my immortal goo and the help of black and white. This time, he took the initiative to make a deal with me. I will make him pay a terrible price. Fang Yuan swore internally. But next, after Sixth Hair exposed his weakness, he changed the topic. Before the deal, let me express my sincerity. Take it as me giving you a piece of information for free. This information is extremely precious. It concerns your future cultivation, Fang Yuan, or more accurately, it concerns your life and death. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying with an unfriendly expression, whether information is precious or not depends on your bragging. I want to know the content and evaluate it myself. Fang Yuan, do you know what providence is? Sixth Hair asked. Providence? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Sixth Hair observed his expression and nodded, saying, You have indeed forgotten a lot, Fang Yuan. What do you mean? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Sixth Hair said, You once relied on Providence's guidance to swap souls with Lord Ing Wu Xie, disguising yourself as a pure dream reality seeker physique body and snatching sovereign immortal fetus goo. But you do not know that this 11th extreme physique was developed by Old Man Inkstone. It has a huge flaw. Any soul that enters the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose all their memories. Later, even though Old Man Inkstone tried to fix the flaw, he could only eliminate the flaw of deep sleep. The soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique body would still lose its memories. The longer time passes, the more they will forget. Precisely because of this, Lord Ing Wu Xie lost his memories and could only remember the immortal killer move leads soul into dream. Saying so, Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal goo. He rubbed the goo worm with his finger, sighing internally. This goo worm did not have much value to him. But to Fang Yuan, it was extremely valuable. If not for the situation, why would he give this goo worm to Fang Yuan? In Ing Wu Xie's original plan, he wanted to use this flaw of Fang Yuan's to deal with Fang Yuan. He knew, once he said what he was going to say, the huge flaw of Fang Yuan not knowing about providence would be completely fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fang Yuan's unstoppable rise in power. Fang Yuan was currently like a python trapped in a quagmire. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth. It did not know what was going on. It could only roll around in the quagmire. But if he told this to Fang Yuan, it would be the same as removing the black cloth covering the python's eyes. The python's eyes would brighten, it would see the vast world, it would see the quagmire that trapped it. It was very shallow and small. With a clear direction and understanding of its situation, this python would raise its head towards the sky, it would summon the wind and rain, it would become a dragon and roam the world. Chapter 1083. Sixth Hair did not want to tell this secret to Fang Yuan, but he had no other choice. Ing Wu Xie's situation forced him to do it. Breathing in deeply, Sixth Hair said slowly, Fang Yuan, you were able to snatch sovereign immortal fetus Gu at the most crucial moment. It was not just because of your own strength, but because you received guidance from Providence, right? In fact, the reason why you obtained Spring-Autumn Cicada's revival was also because of Providence's scheme. It arranged for you to return to the past and stop my shadow sect from achieving greatness. Fang Yuan heard this and was greatly shaken. The first half was fine, but the crucial part was the latter half. Even with his years of mental fortitude, he could not control himself at this moment. Boom! Right at this moment, there was a loud sound in the outside world. What is going on? In just a short moment, Fang Yuan stabilized his emotions. He sat up straight and activated his Gu worm. His eyes shined with bright light, his gaze pierced through the clouds and looked at the vast sky. There was an indescribable sound of thunder. There were also flashes of lightning. A bolt from the blue. Sixth Hair sneered, but he felt desolate. Fang Yuan, you have just undergone tribulation. There is still a lot of providence left in Langya blessed land. My words earlier exposed Providence's scheme. It caused the heavenly Tao to be furious. But any blessed land or grotto heaven is a small world different from the 5 regions. Providence cannot control this place. Now that the tribulation is over, no matter how furious Providence is, it is useless. Fang Yuan did not deny it. He looked at Sixth Hair expressionlessly. Continue. Sixth Hair was hesitant at first, but now that he had said it, he felt much better. His words became smoother as he continued. Fang Yuan, your Spring-Autumn Cicada also contains providence. This has already been proven by Lord Ing Wu Xie. This is the best proof, Fang Yuan, that every time you revive, there is Providence's influence. Spring-Autumn Cicada is the sacrifice of the Gu Immortal's entire body. Only a portion of the Gu Immortal's will is left. This will was carried by the Spring-Autumn Cicada and entered the river of time, going against the flow and returning to his past body. To achieve the effect of rebirth. Fang Yuan, you should have used it several times, so you should be very clear about it. Fang Yuan was still expressionless, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Sixth Hair continued, the Spring and Autumn Cicada contains the power of Providence. Fang Yuan, every time you activate the Spring and Autumn Cicada, the power of Providence will increase. This is the perfect time for Providence to exert its influence on you. Because at that time, all that was left of you was a remnant will. Without the assistance of a physical body, his attention would be focused on the river of time, and he wouldn't be able to foresee any internal schemes. After you've been reborn, you naturally have to scheme. He thought about how to use the advantages of his rebirth to better cultivate. It was precisely because of this that he fell into Providence's trap. The things that you experienced before your rebirth, the opportunities that you knew, are really only as much as what you know now. Those so-called opportunities are just bait that Providence deliberately left behind, letting you, a chess piece, walk on Providence's chess path step by step, and finally arrive at Etion Mountain, ruining our Shadow Sect's grand plan. According to our speculations, the future before your rebirth. Our Shadow Sect's plan should have already been realized. But Providence doesn't want my main body to ascend to the position of venerable again. The reason why Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed back then was because his essence was one of the main body's split souls. Moreover, the main body obtained the sovereign immortal fetus and was reborn. After growing up, he would definitely surpass the previous venerables. In the future, I'm afraid that Providence will no longer be able to eradicate the main body. Because of this, Providence thought of ways to arrange a scheme to send you back and borrow your hand. To change the past and reshape the future. Feng Yuan said, "Wait, I don't understand. Why did Providence only choose me?" "Because you're an otherworldly demon. Only otherworldly demons can change the past. As long as it was not an otherworldly demon, even a venerable would be powerless." Red Lotus Demon Venerable worked hard his entire life, but he could only destroy fake goo, he could not destroy it. Not to mention any harm to Providence. Of course, you're not the only otherworldly devil. Maybe you were in that period. Regardless of whether it's in terms of vision or circumstances, he's most suited to be a chess piece, Sixth Hair replied. Feng Yuan remained silent. It was a brand new and shocking perspective. Sixth Hair's words made Feng Yuan realize that there seemed to be a huge conspiracy around him. Bertrand, he thought back to the 500 years of his previous life. He had been a vagrant for hundreds of years. Could Providence suppress him? Was it the will of the heavens that he wanted to refine the blood god? The process of obtaining Spring-Autumn Cicada's immortal goo recipe was indeed quite easy. Not long after he refined the Spring and Autumn Cicada, he was immediately surrounded by the forces of the 10 great ancient sections. Sixth Hair observed Feng Yuan's expression and saw that Feng Yuan was moved, but did not show any clear expression. He cursed internally and said, "Your Spring-Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, there is a high chance of failure. Why does it succeed every time it revives?" "That's not true, it failed the last time," Feng Yuan said, but suddenly he was stunned. This point was precisely the irrefutable proof of heaven's will. His amnesia was not related to this. He remembered that the last time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive, it was because he was hit by Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. He could not dodge it and had to choose to revive. But before that, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was also smashed into smithereens by Heaven Overseeing Tower. According to Sixth Hair's explanation, it could be said that the great strength true martial immortal zombie was destroyed, the 10 extreme lifeless formation was damaged, it could not refine goo. Shadowsek's plan failed, the only variable was Hei Lulan, but she was not at Etion Mountain at that time. Thus, Providence no longer needed the pawn Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada failed. Instead, Shadowsect did not want to admit their failure. Providence gave up on Feng Yuan, but Shadowsect used the power of the Red Lotus True Inheritance to help Feng Yuan revive and change the past, allowing Shadowsect's plan to take another step forward. What? Chapter 1084. Then how do we transact? What do you need? Feng Yuan asked with a pleasant expression. I want to see. Feng Yuan, we know you have a lot of immortal materials. The immortal materials you picked up from Earth Trench have problems, they are filled with Providence. We do not need them. But in Falling Heavenly River, you obtained a lot of immortal materials, you can use them for this transaction. This is the list, take a look. Sixth Hair tossed out an information path mortal goo. Feng Yuan received it and checked that there were no mistakes. His mind entered and nodded as he browsed. After a while, Feng Yuan said to Sixth Hair, I have most of these immortal materials, but as a member of Langya sect, can't you get them from Langya sect's treasury? Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. Times are different now, the new land spirit of Langya is different. In Langya sect contribution points are the biggest rule. If I want to get the treasury, I will need to use my sect contribution points. But my contribution points are far from meeting Lord Ying Wu Xie's minimum requirements. You are right. Feng Yuan nodded, asking, I can pay for these immortal materials, but how are you going to deliver them to Ying Wu Xie? Jewel Yellow Skies is already closed. Ying Wu Xie selling immortal goo caused such a huge commotion, Feng Yuan naturally knew about it. Sixth Hair said, without Jewel Yellow Skies, It is indeed troublesome, but there is a way to deliver them to Lord Ying Wuxie. Zombie Alliance is a subordinate of Shadow Sect. Before the Battle of Tian Mountain, because old ancestor Shui who stole the immortal zombie body, Zombie Alliance ordered the other branches to set up super goo formations to connect the 5 regions. In the future, even if someone attacks the branches, they can use these super goo formations to transport the immortal zombie body to Zombie Alliance. I thought this was just an excuse to frame all the immortal zombies, to think it was true? Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. This is true. Sacrificing Zombie Alliance to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo was not our Shadow Sect's plan. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, he had no choice but to do so. In fact, there were more benefits in keeping the Zombie Alliance. I will not sacrifice them. Feng Yuan nodded. He suddenly thought of his previous life 500 years ago. At that time, the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance still existed until the 5 Regions Chaotic War and before Feng Yuan was reborn. They still played an extremely important role in the general trend of the world. But it was different now. You must watch. The 5 Regions Zombie Alliance had become an empty shell. Most of the immortal zombies were used as immortal materials and refined in the 10 Extreme Lifeless formation. Now, the 5 regions were in turmoil because of this. After all, when the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance was still around, they controlled a lot of resources. These resources were ownerless. This caused the goo immortal experts and super forces of various regions to compete with each other, creating a bloodbath. Looks like the Shadow Sect really succeeded in my previous life. The existence of the Zombie Alliance proved this point. Also, the Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jioga died in Langya Blessed Land. This is also suspicious. The Shadow Sect planted traitors in the Celestial Court. Who knows, Spectral Soul might have revived and controlled the Celestial Court for his own use. Feng Yuan's thoughts scattered for a while. He immediately felt that many of the things in his memories had other possibilities. There was more to it than meets the eye. The waters of this world are really too deep. Legends are emerging one after another. Countless experts are competing and scheming against each other. They are like the stars in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Even though I am a top-notch person, I am nothing compared to these geniuses. This is the reason why it is so interesting. Isn't that so? Feng Yuan thought of this and his mood became better. On his face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Sixth Hair was somewhat baffled. He thought, what is he smiling at? Also, why is there a bad feeling lingering around the bottom of my heart? Feng Yuan breathed in deeply. He looked at Sixth Hair with a bright gaze. The smile on his face became even more obvious. Then what can I get by paying the immortal materials? Immortal goo. Sixth Hair answered calmly. Interesting, very interesting. Very interesting. Feng Yuan rubbed his palms and laughed lightly. What else could Ying Wuxie sell immortal goo? It was definitely Feng Yuan's own immortal goo. Selling Feng Yuan's own immortal goo to Feng Yuan, Ying Wuxie's plan was extremely meticulous. But even Feng Yuan himself felt that Ying Wuxie's idea was quite brilliant. Let's ask, who else in this world wanted to obtain these immortal goo more than Feng Yuan? In this world, who wanted to obtain these immortal goo more than Feng Yuji? To other goo immortals, these immortal goo were unfamiliar. They needed to be familiar with them. But Feng Yuan himself was very familiar with these goo. He had mature methods to use them. But Feng Yuan himself was very familiar with these goo. He had mature methods to use them. The value of these immortal goo in Feng Yuan's heart was often higher than that of others. Moreover, many immortal goo needed suitable goo immortals to be sold. For example, Strength Path immortal goo were not very interested in other paths. Because the paths were not compatible, not only would the Dao marks clash, the effect would be reduced, it was also not good for raising them. Unless they were supplementary goo worms for immortal killer moves. But such situations were very rare. One could say, Feng Yuan was the most suitable buyer. Not only did he need these immortal goo, more importantly, he had the capital to buy them. As for how to exchange for the immortal goo, it would be the super goo formations of Zombie Alliance. Fong Yuan continued to smile. How many immortal goo do I have left? Not only do I want to buy them, I am also interested in He Lolan's self-strength immortal goo and Tai by Yunxing's man as before and landscape as before. I want to include these 3 immortal goo in the transaction. Sixth Hair thought about it and nodded. I can make the decision on this, I can agree to it. With Ying Wu Xie's control over Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan, he could definitely make them hand over the immortal goo. The most important thing now was to get out of danger and escape. Other matters could be put aside for now. Fong Yuan continued, money and goods, you bring me the immortal goo, I will give you the immortal materials. Chapter 1088. The chestnut yak was slapped into the pit by Fong Yuan and didn't dare to climb out again. 12th Hair tried his best, but he couldn't get the chestnut yak to get up and fight again. Not desolate beasts, not goo immortals. Fong Yuan shook his head inwardly, dispelling the immortal killer move. In the blink of an eye, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From the light, Fong Yuan's figure slowly descended until he landed on the ground. This time, I've lost again. Brother Fong is really amazing. 12th Hair tried hard for a long time, but to no avail. He could only cup his fists and admit defeat to Fong Yuan. He had sparred with Fong Yuan several times. At first, after he lost, he still refused to admit defeat and was a little stubborn. But after so many times, he was already numb to it. Losing was normal, but winning was abnormal. Brother 12th, you need to practice this immortal killer move more. As for this chestnut yak, it's weak and timid. It's best to change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fong Yuan casually gave some advice. 12th Hair nodded and sighed. Isn't it because Jewel Yellow Skies is closed? When it reopens, I will immediately go there and buy a dire beast that can fight. This yak had been raised to the point where it had lost its wild nature. I had wanted to throw it away a long time ago. However, I have to bear the cost of purchasing the desolate beasts myself. This was the rule after the establishment of the sect. Sigh, my beast enslavement immortal goo is not mine, I still need to pay the sect a fee. Let's not talk anymore, I need to rush back to refine goo and try to sell more immortal yuan stone. Then I won't see you out. Fong Yuan nodded. 12th Hair put away the chestnut yak and left in a hurry. All right, 20 contribution points. I got it again. Fong Yuan looked at 12th Hair's departing figure, feeling a slight joy in his heart. These days, not only was he sparring with 12th Hair, he was also sparring with other hairy man goo immortals. They all had similar interactions. It turned out that Fong Yuan and 6th Hair made a secret deal. Although the deal was over, 6th Hair repeatedly took the initiative to go to Yunqing guarded by Fong Yuan, which was a small flaw. Even though Fong Yuan joined Langya sect and became an external supreme elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the hairy man goo immortals. After all, the current human race was very powerful. Hairy men were a branch of the variant humans. They had been persecuted by the human race in history. Fong Yuan was one of them. But the hairy man goo immortals kept their distance from him. Why did 6th Hair suddenly take the initiative to visit Fong Yuan? This aroused many doubts. To make up for this flaw, after the transaction, 6th Hair intentionally or unintentionally revealed to the other hairy man goo immortals that he was looking for Fong Yuan to raise his battle strength. Because of the Shadow Sect's attack and this tribulation, he felt that he had a huge weakness in terms of battle strength. He wanted to make up for it, so he sought out the human Gu immortal Fang Yuan for guidance. In order to increase the degree of credibility, Sixth Hair even took the initiative to spar with the other hairy man Gu immortals, defeating them one by one. Sixth Hair was a traitor of Langya sect. He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He had deep battle attainment. If he displayed just a bit of his true strength, he could easily defeat everyone. This matter caused a huge commotion in the hairy man Gu immortal circle. Even the land spirit of Langya had heard of it. He affirmed Sixth Hair's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged the other hairy man Gu immortals. He also sought guidance from Fang Yuan. After all, hairy man Gu immortals had very low battle strength. This had always been the sore point of the land spirit of Langya. Even if there were immortal Gu of other paths, they would at most be supplementary Gu worms for immortal killer moves. Immortal Gu valued quality over quantity. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. As long as one was a Gu immortal, almost everyone knew this. But to Fang Yuan, this was not applicable. Because he had the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was big enough, there was no need to worry about space. Time was fast enough. Resources could be regenerated quickly. These were all potential. Fang Yuan had already seen clearly that he had the potential to raise large numbers of immortal Gu. Since it was potential, he had to excavate it as much as possible. The second reason was that Fang Yuan was earning money every day. His current financial situation was very good. His sovereign immortal aperture produced 96 beads of immortal essence every year. The 1 year here referred to the immortal aperture's time. In the outside world's time, it was 16 beads of immortal essence every day. This was already a huge amount. Even the 10 extreme physiques could not compare to it. But compared to Fang Yuan's monthly profits, the difference was even greater. It was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. This meant that Fang Yuan had the capital to raise immortal Gu. Moreover, Langya sect was an external force. He could rely on it to a certain extent. With these three reasons added together, Fang Yuan was determined to raise immortal Gu on a large scale, to raise his battle strength. There was no other way, be it against providence or calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan had to ensure his strength. A Gu immortal's battle strength mostly came from immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Right now, Fang Yuan had few immortal killer moves. Wisdom Gu could not be used, deductions required too much time. Fang Yuan could only focus on immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of Ying Wuxie's plan. He wanted to give these immortal Gu to Fang Yuan so that Fang Yuan's burden would be extremely heavy, Fang Yuan's attention would be diverted, and he would not be able to pay attention to Shadow Sect's movements. But Fang Yuan needed a large number of immortal Gu to ensure his battle strength. He also had the potential and capital to raise these immortal Gu. This was completely different from when he was an immortal zombie. That is Zombie Alliance's final territory. There are rumors that a Wisdom Path Gu immortal of the Righteous Path deduced that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, had directly sunk into Earth Trench and disappeared. The land spirit of Langya replied. So that's it. Fang Yuan had a look of realization. In that case, Earth Trench is a dangerous area. It seems that my earlier suggestion cannot be implemented. While saying this, Feng Yuan thought inwardly. It seems that even though Shadow Sect purposely sacrificed Zombie Alliance, they did leave behind some backup plans. For example, Dark Flow Giant City sinking into Earth Trench. According to Shadow Sect's methods, since they could sink Dark Flow Giant City into Earth Trench, they must have hidden it very well. It will be very difficult for Northern Plains Goo Immortals to find it. They might even return empty-handed. The land spirit of Langya continued. The situation in Earth Trench is too complicated, we will not interfere. But your suggestion is very good, I have already decided to adopt it. The current location is also one of the 10 Great Fierce Areas, that is it. Saying this, the land spirit of Langya pointed at a corner of the map. Feng Yuan looked over and saw that the furry finger of the land spirit of Langya was pointing at the lower right corner of Northern Plains. It was at the southeast of the Super 4 Squan tribe, and at the northwest of the Huang Jin tribe, Lu tribe. Feng Yuan saw that his expression did not change and was secretly happy. It is here. But Blood Torrent was still very powerful. It flew in the air and created a long river of blood. It was hard to not notice it. There was also a thick smell of blood. It was nauseating. If these flaws were not modified, Blood Torrent would not have a wide range of uses. If the Light of Wisdom could be used, Feng Yuan could easily modify it. But as an immortal zombie, Feng Yuan could not be sure of its safety. It was fine if it was covered by clouds, but without clouds, Feng Yuan did not intend to use Blood Torrent. He activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan flew into the sky at an angle. Compared to Blood Torrent earlier, his current speed was even faster. Just Sword Escape Immortal Goo alone surpassed a rank 6 Blood Path Killer move. Even though with his current cultivation level, using Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Sword Escape Immortal Goo would not last long, Feng Yuan was determined to do it. The most important thing for him was speed. Fast, high speed. This was all because of Providence. Providence is the will of the heavenly Tao. It takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. It views me as a thorn in its side. But the heavenly Tao has its own rules. Providence has to act according to the rules, thus it is limited. Providence cannot act casually. It can only attack me during calamities and tribulations. Normally, Providence can only plot to kill me. How did Providence plot? It was to influence all living beings. Like back then, when Feng Yuan was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will. Providence was vast, it was everywhere, it could naturally influence other living beings. This kind of influence was imperceptible, and it was guided according to the circumstances. Most of the time, it was a momentary lapse of thought. Providence could influence countless living beings at the same time. Every single lapse of thought would influence them again and again, gathering these living beings together and forming a trap. But this way, influencing others and setting up a trap would require time. Thus, Feng Yuan emphasized speed. The faster he was, the less time Providence had to influence other living beings and set up a trap to deal with him. On the way from southern border to northern plains, Feng Yuan did not know this and lacked an effective movement method. Especially at the start, it gave Providence enough time to set up a trap. Now that Feng Yuan knew about Providence's weakness, he naturally had to make use of it. This was also an effective method for Shadow Sect to deal with Providence. Shadow Sect's main aim was to hide and accumulate, and when one move is unleashed, like a volcano eruption, lightning fast, achieve your goal. Feng Yuan learned this point to perfection. To deal with Providence, Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul are my best role models. They are my mortal enemies, but on my mortal enemies, I have to put aside all prejudices and learn from them. Moreover, I have a huge advantage over Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. When Shadow Sect members act, they have to think about themselves and use self-will to learn from them. Moreover, I have a huge advantage over Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. When Shadow Sect members act, they have to think about themselves and use self-will to cleanse themselves, to guard against Providence's hidden influence. Because a complete otherworldly demon cannot be affected by Heaven's will. In order to defend against Heaven's will, Feng Yuan activated Sword Escape and expended a huge amount of immortal essence. To guard against Providence, Feng Yuan activated Sword Escape, not caring about the huge consumption of immortal essence. Fortunately, Feng Yuan kept most of his accumulated cultivation resources. Although he wanted to develop and manage his immortal aperture, most of his plans had not been implemented yet. Because of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies, the things he obtained from Langya Sect's treasury, they were still very limited. Feng Yuan tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds along the way, as if he had turned into a flying sword. He moved unhindered in the desolate plains, his sharpness unstoppable. Suddenly, a cry that was filled with pain and panic rang out. An ancient desolate beast was desperately escaping. Chasing it was a wild rank 7 immortal goo. The two entered Feng Yuan's vision like this. The one in front was a horned 6-winged Pegasus, while the wild immortal goo behind was a dragon centipede. A 4-winged Pegasus was a beast emperor, while a 6-winged Pegasus was a desolate beast with a single horn on its forehead. A Pegasus with 6 wings was an ancient desolate beast. And this dragon centipede was slender, it was 7 li long. It had a centipede body and a dragon head, with countless legs moving on both sides of its flat body. Its copper-like shell shone with a dazzling golden light under the bright sunlight. It was very mighty, majestic, and beautiful. Wild immortal goo lived in the bodies of desolate beasts and plants, absorbing their nutrients and using them as food to survive. This was only the majority of cases. Dragon centipede was a ferocious wild immortal goo. It directly captured desolate beasts and plants, using them as prey to survive. This was the only dragon centipede immortal goo in the world. It was already rank 7, it hunted ancient desolate beasts and plants to fill its stomach. Feng Yuan was flying straight. This pair of pursuers appeared in front of him, blocking his path. As expected, something happened. Feng Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Last time, it was a cloud beast group. This time, it was a horned 6-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede immortal goo. Wild immortal goo had low intelligence. Even though they had their own will, they were easily influenced by Providence goo. The horned 6-winged Pegasus was an ancient desolate beast. Horses were more intelligent than most beasts. Providence goo was hard to influence. But it was escaping in a panic. Providence goo only needed a thought to change the direction of the horned 6-winged Pegasus. These two became obstacles for Feng Yuan. The Pegasus was escaping. It would destroy all obstacles in front of it with all its strength. Meanwhile, Dragon Centipede's ruthless gaze landed on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's goo immortal aura burst out. He was a rank 6 goo immortal. In terms of aura, he was much weaker than the horned 6-winged Pegasus. But his sword path aura was overflowing. This came from the rank 7 immortal goo sword escape. This attracted Dragon Centipede's attention, because Dragon Centipede itself had sword path Dao marks. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Chapter 1094. Feng Yuan traveled day and night without rest. When he saw the thick clouds, he used Blood Torrent. Most of the time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Along the way, he passed through several dangerous areas. There were lone cultivator goo immortals or super forces. Feng Yuan did not dare to use immortal goo openly. He used mortal killer moves instead. His strategy was correct. After the incident with the horned 6-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, there were no other incidents. Providence needed time to make arrangements. On the other hand, Providence's influence on other life forms was limited. Like when it affected the horned 6-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, Providence could not directly order the dragon centipede or Pegasus to attack Feng Yuan. Providence's influence was mainly based on the situation. Feng Yuan was very fast. Providence could not make arrangements. But Providence could still think and scheme. This was mainly due to star constellation Immortal Venerable. According to Shadow Sect's information, Providence was much easier to deal with before star constellation Immortal Venerable. But after her, Providence became very crafty. Thus, Feng Yuan's route was not a straight line. He moved forward in a zigzag manner. If he moved in a straight line, Providence could easily deduce his route and make arrangements along the way, waiting for Feng Yuan to enter. In fact, Providence could even deduce Feng Yuan's true destination, Taichio, and set up arrangements there. That was too dangerous. Not only could Feng Yuan's sect mission not be completed, his own life would also be in danger. However, as Feng Yuan moved forward like this, he could not move. Providence could not stop him in time. Of course, Feng Yuan would not purposely turn back. If Providence's arrangements were formed behind him, when it formed behind him, he had already flown away. It would be foolish to charge in now. This way, the distance was already very far, but now it was several times longer. But overall, Feng Yuan's speed was still very fast. Thus, 3 days after encountering the wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu, Taichio slowly entered his vision from the horizon. Taichio was in sight. A vast expanse of ordinary weeds formed a huge yellow plain. The appearance of Taichio. It was like a dense green forest with towering jade towers and buildings. On this yellow plain, it was extremely eye-catching. As Feng Yuan got closer, the dense green of Taichio continued to spread on the horizon, expanding in Feng Yuan's field of vision. It was like a pool of beauty being rapidly painted on rice paper. Finally, Taichio covered the entire horizon and covered Feng Yuan's entire field of vision. A vast amount of giant grass covered this piece of land, and the shadows of beasts could be seen everywhere. The roar of a tiger and the howl of a wolf reverberated through the air from time to time. It was a vast and desolate scene. At this moment, Feng Yuan was no longer hiding anything from Providence. It was already useless. He slowed down and stopped using the Immortal Gu, directly entering Taichio. Compared to the giant grass, he was short and small. Compared to the entire Taichio, it was like being in a palace. A mosquito flew in. The dense giant grass blotted out the sky. The entire Taichio. Not only did it hide many fierce beasts and plants, there was some commotion ahead. It seemed like a terrifying beast tide was about to happen. Feng Yuan snickered, activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal one's aura and prevent deductions. To a certain extent, it could hide from Providence. Change form Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan turned into a coiling mountain goat, fusing into Taichio. The commotion ahead was chaotic for a while before dissipating. If Providence had emotions, it would be shocked and furious now. Feng Yuan smiled, shaking his head and sighing. It is a pity that Providence is heartless. Dark Limit Immortal Gu helped Feng Yuan greatly. Back then, when He Lulan was still Immortal Gu Master, she used this Immortal Gu to conceal her great strength true martial physique's aura and survive. Why were the calamities and tribulations of the 10 extreme physiques so extraordinary? It was because Providence did not want the existence of the 10 extreme physiques to affect the balance of the world. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. His calamities and tribulations were many times greater than the 10 extreme physiques. Even Dark Limit Immortal Gu had limited effects. Feng Yuan suddenly thought, Fairy Jiangyu is a member of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect is fighting against Providence. They must have many tools like Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If Ying Wu Xie can escape from this predicament, with the help of Shadow Sect's remaining forces, he will have a bright future ahead of him. He had turned into a coiling mountain goat. This desolate beast was very common in Taichio. Even though it looked weak, it fused perfectly. It was not like the Gu immortal body from before, which was out of place in Taichio. Soon he encountered a desolate beast. It was a golden sand dark horse. It was a huge horse. It was even larger than the coiling mountain goat that Feng Yuan had transformed into. Its muscles were bulging, its bones were strong, its skin looked like it was made of dark gold, it had 6 hooves that were dark in color. The golden sand dark horse was eating grass. Sensing Feng Yuan's coiling mountain goat transformation, the golden sand dark horse raised its head curiously, looking at this uninvited guest. Desolate beasts had their own territories. Feng Yuan's coiling mountain goat form entered the golden sand dark horse's territory. But the golden sand dark horse did not eat meat, it had a calm nature, while the coiling mountain goat was also a herbivorous desolate beast. In the golden sand dark horse's survival instincts, the coiling mountain goat posed no threat. But it was still very vigilant. It stared at Feng Yuan, until Feng Yuan went around it and left. It lowered its head and continued to eat grass. Feng Yuan chose to transform into the coiling mountain goat. He had naturally considered it carefully. Actually, in northern plains, there were many wolf desolate beasts, but if he transformed into a wolf desolate beast, the golden sand dark horse would react intensely. After crossing the golden sand dark horse's territory, Feng Yuan continued to move forward. He had already memorized the map of Taichio. Even if he could not remember it, there were many information path goo worms in his immortal aperture. The first location is in the southeast direction. Feng Yuan looked ahead. But the giant grass grew taller, the edge of the giant grass was as tall as a tree, while the deeper he went, the giant grass was like a tower. The giant grass at the center of Taichio. It was like a mountain. Chapter 1096. The fire-swallowing monkey's figure turned into an arc in the air. It jumped up and flew away from the beast tied under the cover of the dust, rapidly approaching the immemorial desolate beast corpse. From its appearance, this was the corpse of an elephant. The grayish-blue elephant's skin was tattered, and the flesh and blood under the skin had already been completely wiped out. The white bones formed a frame, together with the huge elephant skin. They formed a huge tent. This was a half-collapsed tent. It gave off a terrifying aura. This immemorial desolate beast had clearly gone through an intense battle when it was alive. Feng Yuan could not help but have a doubt. What is the existence that could kill this immemorial desolate beast? Right now, he was very close to the center of Taichio. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. It was truly dangerous and unfathomable. Immemorial desolate beasts were hidden here. They were a headache to the super forces. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. And among the super forces, only a few had rank 8 Gu immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 4 or 5 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface. Even at the periphery of Taichio, a slight carelessness could cause a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beasts and beast tides. These two factors prevented Taichio from being disturbed by northern plains Gu immortal forces. Feng Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Feng Yuan was like a fly, flying towards a tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind at all. But Feng Yuan felt the resistance gradually increasing. A formless force was resisting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan felt like he was going against the tide, going deeper into the sea. As he went deeper, Feng Yuan even had auditory hallucinations. Swish, swish, swish. His ears were filled with the sound of the rising and falling tides. Waterpath Dao marks. Feng Yuan's heart shook. Undeniably, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundance of waterpath Dao marks. Although the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water Dao marks remained with its bones and skin, silently influencing the heaven and earth in this domain. Feng Yuan had previously come into contact with primordial desolate beast corpses. Take Dongfang Naginori's tribulation for example. However, The primordial ruin bat's corpse had already been modified by Dongfang Naganori, so Fang Yuan didn't feel the way he did now. In the super goo formation of the Earth Trench, Fang Yuan also obtained many immemorial immortal materials. Some immortal materials had extremely dense Dao marks on them, and they even produced a halo of Dao marks that could be seen with the naked eye. However, these immortal materials were only a small portion. In terms of the total number of Dao marks, PBTT could not be compared to Fang Yuan's almost complete immemorial desolate elephant corpse. The primordial desolate beast's accumulation of Dao marks. It was quite terrifying. Most importantly, this primordial desolate beast did not seem to have died long ago. Thus, Fang Yuan felt uncomfortable. He could not get close to it. Immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, whenever they stay in one place for a long time, the vast number of Dao marks on them will affect the surrounding environment, slowly transforming it. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, but his feet did not stop moving. His body continued to move as he tried to get closer. Because of these waterpath Dao marks. Thus, there was no wind. The surroundings of the corpse were quiet. There were no signs of life. When this area is completely transformed, there will be clouds that will not dissipate. There will even be a lake that will give birth to all sorts of plants and beasts. Fang Yuan deduced that this area was not stable yet. The immemorial desolate elephant's Dao marks were subtly changing the surrounding environment. This process could last for decades, centuries, or even millennia. During this process, many of the immemorial desolate elephant's waterpath Dao marks would dissipate. The surrounding Dao marks would also be pushed out. Waterpath would dominate. Eventually, the surrounding waterpath Dao marks and the remaining waterpath Dao marks on the immemorial desolate elephant corpse formed a new balance. The desolate elephant corpse was no longer damaged. The remaining waterpath Dao marks did not decrease. Instead, they seemed to be nourished by the surrounding environment. Except for Fang Yuan. There were no signs of plants or animals. Fang Yuan immediately became very eye-catching. The beast horde suddenly fell into chaos. Their originally orderly pace was now in an unusual state of disarray. Fang Yuan's heart thumped. He turned to look. But the beast horde was only slightly chaotic. It quickly returned to normal. It was like a huge wave that went around the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, rushing to another place. Everywhere it passed, plants fell, dust rose. It was a messy scene. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He thought, it seems that Shadow Sect's information is correct. Although desolate beasts are easily influenced by providence, the influence is limited in a short period of time. The beast horde's momentum is already set. Even if providence finds out about me, it will not be able to control the beast horde to attack the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. As long as I am within this range, I am safe. A moment later, Fang Yuan stopped moving. He looked around, nodding slightly. This distance was perfect. It was not too close to the center of the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, but not too far either. And most importantly, the goo worms in Fang Yuan's hands reacted. Before leaving, Land Spirit of Langya gave him a set of goo worms to set up. The goo worms that reacted now were specialized investigative goo. As long as they sensed a suitable environment within a certain range, they would emit sounds and vibrations that only goo immortals could sense. Set up the formation. Fang Yuan stopped moving. He stood still and injected immortal essence, activating the goo worms. Immortal goo after immortal goo were activated one after another. Some flew out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, flying around Fang Yuan. Some stayed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, dancing around. Immortal light lingered, rainbow aurora rose. A vast amount of his consciousness was drawn in. Fang Yuan had no choice but to remove his transformation and show his true body. Providence was furious. It discovered Fang Yuan. Thunder rumbled in the air. But it was useless. The time when Providence could make a move was during the goo immortal's tribulation. Right now, Fang Yuan was not undergoing tribulation, nor was he using the Hairy Man Path's natural goo refinement method to refine immortal goo. Only then will I have the advantage in terms of strategy. Feng Yuan sighed as he realized the advantage of information path. Gu masters of all paths. They all had their own strengths. Information path did not seem to be very eye-catching among them. But if it could be used, the advantage that information path gave Gu masters was much stronger than most other paths. Of course, this difference in information was because of the benefits that Feng Yuan obtained from his transaction with the Shadow Sect. And the Shadow Sect must have paid a huge price to obtain information about Providence and Langya Sect. I have always been lacking in information path methods. I need to make up for this in the future. Feng Yuan made up his mind. Information path Gu masters were skilled in gathering information, establishing alliance agreements, and inheriting knowledge. At first glance, it did not seem like much, but when it came to cultivation, it could create a huge advantage. Central continent, Earth abyss. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. I found something. I have searched that direction more than 10 times already. It is really well hidden. Ancient Soul Sect's Gu immortals immediately reacted. They had excited expressions as they charged towards the source of the sound. Ing Wu Xie coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was half kneeling on the ground. Not only was he tired, he was also heavily injured. Almost half his body was gone. A mere immortal zombie. The Ancient Soul Sect Gu immortal who fought with Ing Wu Xie stopped in the air, looking down at Ing Wu Xie with disdain. Leave him alive. Even though he is an immortal zombie, his concealment technique is truly unique. We need to interrogate him for the sect. The other two Gu immortals shouted as they tore through the air, rushing over. Ing Wu Xie suddenly showed a mocking smile. You want my concealment technique? Sure, I will tell you now. Oh no. The three Ancient Soul Sect Gu immortals' expressions changed. They realized this was the enemy's scheme. Ing Wu Xie purposely lost. He wanted to lure the three immortals over. This was a plan to lure the enemy. Since there was a plan to lure the enemy, there would be a follow-up plan to kill the enemy. The three Ancient Soul Sect Gu immortals reacted quickly, but Ing Wu Xie had made ample preparations. How could he let them escape so easily? In an instant, the Super Gu formation that was waiting to be activated. The three Ancient Soul Sect Gu immortals fell into a desperate situation. They felt like the entire universe was filled with endless power, restraining them. At once, they could not control their bodies. They could not move. Next, under the three immortals' shocked expressions, their bodies and souls were directly crushed by the Super Gu formation's power. Even though the three immortals resisted, they only lasted for 3 breaths of time. I will collect some interest from you first. Ing Wu Xie smiled coldly. His gaze was cold. Feng Yuan had no choice but to delay the development of his immortal aperture even though he had the capital and ideas to do so. Days passed by. While Feng Yuan was looking forward to the opening of jewel yellow skies, the second earthly calamity was also approaching. Langya Sect's invasion of Taichio had not stopped since the start. From time to time, hairy man Gu immortals would accept the sect's missions and go to Taichio through the teleportation door. These hairy man Gu immortals' first task was to modify the environment and stabilize the teleportation Gu formation. The land spirit of Langya had a disappointed expression. He reluctantly added, "You are the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, a person who has been reborn. Your vision is broad and you have experienced many things. You know a lot about tea. But do you know? Be it tea or wine, They were all spread and spread through the food path. There is such a thing? Feng Yuan's interest was piqued. More accurately speaking, he was very interested in food path. He was currently developing his immortal aperture. His goal was to manage all sorts of resources and satisfy the feeding needs of his immortal goo. But if he grasped food path, it would be much easier for him to feed his immortal goo. Unfortunately, food path was very mysterious. It was popular for a period of time in history. But this period of time was very short. As time went on, it became rarer, even rarer than wisdom path inheritances. In fact, it might even be extinct soon. Regarding food path, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, Feng Yuan learned of some secrets from spectral soul demon Venerable's memories. It turned out that the creator of food path was not a human goo immortal, but a beastman goo immortal. This reason was probably the main reason for the current situation of food path. But for Feng Yuan, no matter who created this path, it was fine as long as it was useful to him. Most human goo immortals had racial pride, but Feng Yuan did not. If hairy men could help him achieve his goal of eternal life, he would give up his human identity and become a hairy man without any hesitation. Now that Land Spirit of Langya had a lot of understanding of food path, Feng Yuan quickly asked. Land Spirit of Langya revealed, actually, the creation of any type of tea or wine is an incomplete goo recipe. If it is completed, you can refine a special tea goo or wine goo. In this world, there are already many wine goo and tea goo. For example, the famous liquor worm and big smoke tea goo. There was no need to say more about liquor worm. After Feng Yuan reborn, he had benefited from it. His initial development was very fast. Big smoke tea goo was a goo worm that could make goo masters addicted to it and become even more decadent. It was suppressed by those in power. It could be considered a drug in this world. It is a pity that food path has not spread. It is already showing signs of extinction. In the current era, many goo immortals want to test each other's refinement path attainment. They do not need to compete in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention with words or martial skills. They can face each other directly and drink a cup of tea to determine the winner. Land Spirit of Langya's answer made Feng Yuan slightly disappointed. Land Spirit of Langya did not know much. Moreover, what he knew was only about refinement path. Spectral Soul's main body definitely knows a lot. He is familiar with many food path methods. After all, he inherited a food path true inheritance when he was alive. It is a pity that he is trapped in the super dream realm. He is wasting his time day and night. It is too difficult for me to target him. This thought flashed past Feng Yuan's mind. Land Spirit of Langya chatted with Feng Yuan for a while. Seeing that Feng Yuan's topic did not leave tea, he became anxious and said directly, Feng Yuan, I will tell you the truth. I invited you to tea because I have a mission for you. Here it comes. Feng Yuan thought, looking at the Land Spirit, please speak. Land Spirit of Langya was simple. His intention was already guessed by Feng Yuan. As expected, at the next moment, Land Spirit of Langya spoke. You know about our sect's plan to excavate Taichio. Furthermore, you were the one who suggested this yourself. The teleportation goo formation was also set up by you. Precisely because of you. Recently, our goo immortals have been able to enter and leave Taichio smoothly. We have been modifying the environment and expanding the camp there. But now, there is a problem. Feng Yuan nodded. First Supreme Elder wants to talk about that falling star hound. That's right. It is this damned ancient desolate beast. It has already injured several of our goo immortals. I have already set up a mission to exterminate it, but even though some people in the sect responded, they all failed miserably. I know that the only person who can defeat this falling star hound is you, Feng Yuan. But why did you not accept this mission? Land Spirit of Langya questioned him directly. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. I am very busy recently. He had his reasons. It had already been over a month since the last earthly calamity. The second earthly calamity. It was about to arrive. Feng Yuan was preparing to deal with this earthly calamity now. But Feng Yuan did not intend to tell Land Spirit of Langya about the earthly calamity. In fact, his sovereign immortal aperture's secret was also concealed from Land Spirit of Langya. As long as it did not cause any damage to Langya Blessed Land, it would not violate Langya Sect's alliance agreement. This secret was Feng Yuan's trump card. Feng Yuan planned to keep it to himself. Of course, Shadow Sect knew about it. But Feng Yuan was sure that Shadow Sect wanted sovereign immortal fetus goo. In that case, Shadow Sect would not publicize the existence of the sovereign immortal aperture. That would be creating more enemies for himself. Would they be looking for trouble? In Land Spirit of Langya's opinion, Feng Yuan's revival was a very fortunate thing. Feng Yuan had a lot of excuses and explanations for the revival of immortal zombies. Because he knew many ways to revive immortal zombies. Feng Yuan had his difficulties, but he could not say it out loud. Land Spirit of Langya nodded. You are very busy indeed. He was the Land Spirit. He knew about Langya Blessed Land's revival. Land Spirit of Langya persuaded. You are really hardworking in your cultivation. But completing the mission is also helping you cultivate. Don't forget about your dog shit luck immortal goo. If you want to feed it, you need to find 6 different desolate hounds. Use their feces to feed this luck path goo worm. In the past, my previous owner used Jewel Yellow Skies to feed dog shit luck. But now Jewel Yellow Skies is closed. Even if it opens in the future, I suggest you raise dogs in your immortal aperture. You only know how to cultivate, you know the benefits of doing so. Lord's words are insightful. Feng Yuan immediately nodded. Dog shit luck was very important to him. Against Providence, luck path could be used. The former was fate. Fate was set in stone and could not be changed. The latter was luck. Luck was ever-changing and could be used. This precious information was one of the gains that Feng Yuan had obtained from his transactions with Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan explored and gained the attention of Providence, leading a beast tide to get rid of him. Chapter 1101. Feng Yuan slowly flew to the sky. Before leaving, he looked at the majestic cloud city behind him again. His face was filled with bitterness. He let out a long sigh before turning around and flying away. Last time, he accepted the Land Spirit of Langya's mission to explore Taichio. The Land Spirit of Langya was very happy, everyone was happy. But this time, Feng Yuan rejected it. He did not accept the mission to take down the falling star hound. Both sides parted on bad terms. In the Cloud City, the Land Spirit of Langya sat on the main seat, gritting his teeth. He suppressed his anger and picked up the cup. But before the fiery rainbow tea entered his mouth, he threw it onto the floor tiles. Feng Yuan, you rascal! The Land Spirit of Langya clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, feeling very unhappy. However, he sensed the expression on Feng Yuan's face before he left. The anger in his heart eased slightly. Feng Yuan, oh Feng Yuan, maybe you are really busy cultivating and have your own plans. But this concerns the development of Langya Sect. You are a member of our sect. At the crucial moment, why can't you sacrifice yourself to protect the sect's benefits? In the end, you are still an outsider. Not a hairy man goo immortal. The Land Spirit of Langya thought of this as he squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. In his position, even if Feng Yuan did not want to accept this sect mission, the Land Spirit of Langya could not force him. He created Langya Sect. The alliance agreement restricted all of its members. But the alliance agreement did not stipulate that the members could be forced to do missions that they were not willing to do. Of course, when Langya Sect faced a huge crisis, this rule would disappear. But now, Langya Sect was only in Taichio. It had nothing to do with the crisis. If Feng Yuan was not willing, the Land Spirit of Langya could not think of a solution. The Land Spirit of Langya could not sit still. He stood up and paced around the guest hall. He clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his head in contemplation, feeling vexed and frustrated. His frown deepened. If Feng Yuan isn't willing to take action, then what should we do about the falling star hound? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. The Land Spirit of Langya itself was absolutely unsolvable. They had left Langya Blessed Land. The other method was the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Sola. But land spirit of Langya had the crucial formation immortal goo. In the current situation where refinement cauldron was damaged, this was a powerful method to protect Langya blessed land. The land spirit of Langya didn't want to hand over heavenly giant solar just because of this. What if there was an accident? The land spirit of Langya was very clear about this. Sigh. Could it be that they were going to end up like what happened before Feng Yuan left? Those words of persuasion? Why don't we use this falling star hound as a whetstone to raise the battle attainment of the hairy man Gu immortals? Land spirit of Langya sighed. Feng Yuan flew in the air, his clothes were fluttering in the wind. Intense winds blew at his face, the sound of the wind resounded in his ears. His heart was cold. The bitter smile and sigh earlier were just an act. Feng Yuan knew, in this Langya blessed land, the land spirit of Langya was almost omniscient, its investigative abilities were very strong. Otherwise, he would not have collected so many lifespan Gu. This was because Langya blessed land had too long of a history. It had a deep foundation, it had countless Dao marks. This was why the land spirit of Langya was very outstanding in this blessed land. The other land spirits could not compare to him. My current plan is to rely on Langya sect to help me cultivate. I am the chess player, Langya sect is my pawn. If I accept that mission, wouldn't I become a pawn? I would have to risk my life for Langya sect? Tai Chiu attracted the attention of Providence. It is very dangerous. I suspect that Providence has already set up a trap, but did not find me. I am also countered by the immemorial corpses, so I did not lure them. Feng Yuan was very vigilant. In this situation, he would not go to Tai Chiu easily. He wanted to cultivate transformation path. He needed to refine transformation path immortal Gu, kill desolate beasts, obtain immortal materials, and so on. But he did not need to do these things personally. Langya sect was going to Tai Chiu to obtain these things. Feng Yuan only needed to use sect contribution points to make transactions. He would be able to cultivate peacefully in the rear. There was no need to mention danger. There might be a trap set by Providence. Even if there was no trap, Feng Yuan did not intend to delay his cultivation. The world is big, I am the biggest. Feng Yuan had a firm attitude. He had already expected that they would part on bad terms today. I will not work for Langya sect, but I need to take care of my relationship with the land spirit of Langya. The more conflicts like this occur, the worse my relationship with the land spirit of Langya will become. At the extreme, the land spirit of Langya might not be able to tolerate it, he might expel me from the sect or even kill me. Moreover, for the time being, I need to borrow Langya sect's strength. At least for the second earthly calamity, I will need to borrow their water path immortal Gu. Feng Yuan thought about it calmly. He analyzed the situation he was in. He had once had a conflict with the previous land spirit of Langya. Their relationship had reached a freezing point. This was a mistake. Feng Yuan was wary of himself. He did not want to make the same mistake again. Sometimes, if the situation permits, it is necessary to help out. I am only making use of Langya sect. My goal is to make it easier for me to cultivate. Only by getting stronger and raising my cultivation level is the most reliable thing. Providence could affect all aspects and all living beings. But there was a limit to the extent of its influence. Providence was not like fake will. It could directly participate in the collision of thoughts in the mind and distort the outcome of life. In this aspect, Providence could not compare to fake will. After learning about Providence from Shadow Sect, Feng Yuan knew that Providence was a type of will in essence. Providence was at most an imperceptible influence. Thus, Providence used Feng Yuan as a chess piece. When dealing with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul, it did not reveal itself. It plotted for a long time, encircling them step by step, before finally revealing its true intentions. But in the Battle of Tian Mountain, Feng Yuan relied on his half-otherworldly demon intuition to escape Providence's control, leading to the current situation. Logically speaking, with his current soul foundation, he should be able to easily crush a desolate beast snow monster. But this was not the case. Just like what Shadow Sect said, The life forms in Providence are not enslaved or controlled by me. Leaving them alive is the greatest threat. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though he had obtained this information from the transaction, with his personality, he would not give up until he tried it himself. If I could enslave them, be it to control desolate beast snow monsters, or even to sell them to jewel yellow skies, it would be good. Unfortunately, I can only kill them forcefully. Wait, maybe I can use self-will to get rid of Providence first, then try to enslave them with beast enslavement immortal goo? Fang Yuan had a thought. Chapter 1102. An hour later. The desolate beast snow monster was killed by Fang Yuan, only its head was left. Even though it was only a head, the snow monster's ferocity did not diminish. It roared at Fang Yuan and breathed out sharp icy winds. Snow monsters were different from desolate beasts. They were made of ice and snow, similar to cloud beasts, blood beasts, and mud monsters. The strength path immortal zombie controlled by Fang Yuan snorted coldly. It stood in front of the desolate beast snow monster's head and placed its hand on the snow monster's head. Immediately, a thin layer of frost covered the strength path immortal zombie's hand. Fang Yuan ignored it. He activated a large number of self-will goo. Self-will surged like a tidal wave, pouring into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was filled with a large amount of Providence. Fang Yuan's self-will entered and collided with Providence. It was like fire and water colliding. They could not tolerate each other. Providence had little quantity, but self-will had an endless supply. Soon, Providence was pushed back. It was washed away by self-will. At the final moment, the snow monster's head self-detonated. A large amount of ice and snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was instantly buried by this ice and snow. However, this self-detonation before death did not have any destructive power at all. Soon, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie came out of the snow, unharmed. But his expression was unsightly. Even if I use self-will to wash away Providence, the snow monster will only self-detonate. Can't it be subdued? But even if it can be subdued, I used up 100 self-will goo just to wash one head. The cost is quite high. Even though self-will goo was a mortal goo, it was rank 5. At the same time, these self-will goo were not refined by Fang Yuan himself. He used Langya sect contribution points to ask other hairy man goo immortals to refine them. After this step, Fang Yuan's success rate increased by a little. And most importantly, it was time. Fang Yuan first had to heavily injure a desolate beast snow monster. It could not resist. Make it unable to move. Only then could it continue to instill a large amount of my will and wash Providence. The amount of time it took to kill a desolate beast snow monster might not be that impressive. However, there were still so many snow monsters in Fang Yuan's Kokidahara. Once the number increased, there would be more time. The second earthly calamity was coming. It was not worth it for Fang Yuan to do this. Actually, even if I enslave the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, the snow monsters will not be able to survive. It's also dangerous. Back then, one of the first-generation split souls of Shadow Sect, Goo Immortal Green, researched the life and death immortal aperture method in the super goo formation of Northern Plains Trench. A huge explosion occurred during the research. Many immortal materials were filled with Providence. Lu avoided them like a viper. Just like that, he discarded all these immortal materials. Such a clear attitude has already explained many problems. If I really sell these snow monsters of Providence that are targeting me, I'll be able to kill them all. I'm afraid we'll suffer even worse chain effects. After the failure, Fang Yuan could only carry out his previous plan and continue to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrived, leaving none behind. Even Providence had to be washed away. Nothing was left. Ordinary snow monsters. They were all cannon fodder. Fang Yuan could easily kill them. There was nothing to worry about. But desolate beast snow monsters were hard to deal with. He needed to spend some effort. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Fang Yuan could not help but miss Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Every time he underwent a tribulation, he would need to borrow so many goo worms from the land spirit of Langya. This was a huge price to pay. Feng Yuan modified the immortal tribulation tempering aperture because he wanted to get rid of the land spirit of Langya's control over him. A moment later, Feng Yuan made his arrangements and started to mobilize his immortal essence, activating goo worms one by one. Green light burst out, filling the immortal aperture and connecting to the outside world. Gradually, the green light inside and outside the immortal aperture merged into a huge light shadow, covering the surrounding 1,000 li. Tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence were expended, allowing Feng Yuan to successfully activate the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move. The second earthly calamity arrived. The world shook, winds surged and clouds surged. At first, there was only a light breeze, but soon, the winds started to surge. In the blink of an eye, intense winds filled the sky, sweeping the world and blowing away all living beings. What tribulation is this? Feng Yuan stood at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, preparing for battle. Even though he did not recognize the origin of this earthly calamity, just from the prelude, this earthly calamity was like the previous one. It was extremely powerful, it was definitely out of the ordinary. Intense winds blew, sweeping up the ice and snow on the ground, causing the world to turn into a blur. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path Dao marks to begin with, there was only a faint light. Right now, wind and snow covered the sky, Feng Yuan's vision became restricted. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, what is that sound? Feng Yuan had already used all kinds of methods to investigate, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a clear chime-like sound coming from within the howling winds. This strange scene made Feng Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me this is... He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right at this time, the sound of wind chimes resounded. A huge green flower flew out of the wind and crashed into Dang Hun Mountain. The speed of this viridescent flower was extremely fast. It was simply too fast, it crashed into Dang Hun Mountain, creating a long mark on the mountain. The rocks along the way were crushed into powder, blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding! Ding ding ding! The sound of wind chimes resounded. At the next moment, 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Dang Hun Mountain, shattering themselves and creating 18 deep marks. These are wind flowers. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He confirmed the answer in his mind. Wind flowers were the essence of the wind. They were a special plant that could only be born in extremely intense winds. They had no roots or horns, they danced in the wind. They were as big as chariots, they were light green and extremely sharp. Ding 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 ding. Sword wave triple layered. Strength path giant hand. Feng Yuan tried to retaliate, but the wind flowers were too fast. His two killer moves were not very effective. Especially the strength path giant hand, even though it had a grand aura, it flew slowly, it could not hit any wind flowers in the wind. Unless the wind flowers came to kill it personally. Poison breath. Feng Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out, purple-black poison gas spread along the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers withered rapidly when they came in contact with the poison gas. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Poison breath was a killer move that he had modified from the wisdom path killer move harboring malicious heart. Using a woman's heart as the core, it had many flaws and was rather useless. Feng Yuan rarely used it. To think that it would be so effective when he used it now. Under the effect of the poisonous breath, the wind flower's ferocious attacks instantly fell to the bottom. The wind also slowed down. A cold light shone on the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan raised his head and saw a crescent moon hanging in the sky since an unknown time. Feng Yuan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Shui Yu!" This crescent moon was white as snow. Its white radiance caused the temperature of Dang Hun Mountain to fall. Soon, layers of frost covered the surface of Dang Hun Mountain. During the first earthly calamity, reckless savages' true meaning split a small portion of the calamity and tribulation's power. Providence's snow monsters did not have the initiative. During the second earthly calamity, Providence's plan was very thorough. It even took into account reckless savages' true meaning. It even made use of it and influenced it to transform into the snow moon, increasing the power of the wind-flower tribulation. Providence can think of the third earthly calamity. It must have considered Dang Hun Mountain and my current immortal killer moves. There are also the Desolate Beast and Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong's subordinates. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Feng Yuan underwent tribulation after tribulation. He had a deeper understanding of Providence. On the other hand, Providence was the same. It also probed deeper into Feng Yuan's information. Currently, Feng Yuan had 7 methods to undergo tribulation. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer move to draw out reckless savages' true meaning and divide Providence's control over the calamity and tribulation. The second was to use Dog Shit Luck, using Luck Path to weaken the calamity and tribulation. The third was Attitude Gu, Dark Limit Gu, and Change Form Gu. There was also Familiar Face, which could transform into countless forms and confuse Providence. The fourth was Strength Path, Sword Path, Blood Path, and other Immortal Gu, as well as Immortal Killer moves. They were direct confrontation methods. The fifth was Dang Hun Mountain. It had a huge geographical advantage. The sixth was the complete otherworldly demon identity. Providence could not influence Feng Yuan's thoughts. The seventh was some external forces. For example, desolate beasts like the Spine-Fin Star Dragonfish and Shark-Fin Wolf, Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, Lang Yasek's Hairy Man Gu Immortals, and so on. All these methods and trump cards. The will of the heavens was already clear. At most, the seventh external force will have some changes. But these external forces are not reliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high. I am not proficient in enslavement methods. Spine-Fin Star Dragonfish, Shark-Fin Wolf, and so on. They can be enslaved by me, but they can also be used by Providence to regain freedom through calamities and tribulations. Thus, when I undergo tribulation, I only hid these outside because I was afraid Providence would use them instead. There is also the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. He is a variant human Gu Immortal. He has sufficient intelligence. If he regains freedom, he will be more dangerous than desolate beasts. Unless I have no other choice, I will not expose the sovereign immortal aperture's secret to him. Most importantly, he had once used heaven's wish to descend into Tai by blessed land in the form of an earthly calamity. If he is like the snow monsters, easily influenced by Providence and turned against me, that would be terrible. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a situation where I have a slim chance of survival, and my fourth earthly calamity will be a hopeless situation where I will die. Feng Yuan was clear about his situation. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, Jewel Yellow Skies was not opened, his cultivation would not have much progress without the help of resources. Gu immortals undergoing tribulations were in such a situation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time. The Gu immortal had to work hard to increase their strength beyond the increase of the calamities and tribulations. The weaker the Gu immortal's aptitude and foundation, the weaker the calamities and tribulations, the longer the interval, it was not difficult to continue cultivating. I am too easily targeted by Providence, it is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity and tribulation is only 2 months in the outside world. This is too short. If he had more time, Feng Yuan would be able to face the test of the calamities and tribulations more easily. But Feng Yuan had such aptitude, the sovereign immortal fetus was too monstrous. This was a heaven-defying creation, heaven and earth could not tolerate it. However, man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu immortals had unparalleled intelligence. Regarding the interval between calamities and tribulations, predecessors had thought of countless methods. Among them, the most mainstream method was time-path delaying methods. Langya Blessed Land was like this. Long-hair ancestor had once invited a time-path great expert to greatly reduce the time flow in Langya immortal aperture. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was even longer. After long-hair ancestor died, this blessing was also passed down. This allowed the land spirit of Langya to have sufficient time to react and prepare to deal with every calamity and tribulation. I don't know any time-path Gu immortals. Even Tai by Yunsheng could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Feng Yuan knew about Tai Bai's inheritance because he had once soul-searched Tai by Yunsheng in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But the truth was, not all time-path Gu immortals had methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Tai by Yunsheng was an obvious example. Even if I know any time-path Gu immortals, or take the initiative to get to know some time-path experts, my sovereign immortal aperture is too secretive. It is an important matter. How can I let these time-path Gu immortals know about it? They are hard to trust. Instead of relying on others, I should rely on myself. If I can obtain Heifan's true inheritance and slow the time in the immortal aperture, that would be amazing. Ordinary time-path true inheritances might not have methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. But Heifan's true inheritance was not ordinary. It was left behind by the rank 8 Heifan. In He tribe's history, it was clearly recorded. When Heifan was alive, he helped many He tribe Gu immortals to slow the time in their immortal apertures. This way, He tribe's Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations easily. Their chances of passing tribulations were greatly increased. As time passed, He tribe's Gu immortals surpassed the other super forces. Above them was the rank 8 Gu immortal Heifan, who dominated northern plains, and below them were a large number of He tribe rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. This created the dominance of He tribe in history. Feng Yuan knew about He tribe's history through the captive He Cheng. Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew about this. She had a time-path injury. Time flowed very quickly. She had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie. To heal her injuries, Blazing Heaven Demoness made a scheme to let her sister Su Xian Er infiltrate He tribe, to obtain Heifan's true inheritance and heal her injuries. But to think that Su Xian Er's act turned into reality, she fell in love with He Cheng and gave birth to He Lulon, creating a scene of love and hate. All in all, as long as Feng Yuan obtained Heifan's true inheritance, he would be able to slow the time in his immortal aperture. Once the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, Feng Yuan's situation would change drastically. Even though the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, the cultivation resources inside would be produced slower, and his cultivation level would not grow as fast as before. It was safe and stable. Feng Yuan's cultivation pressure and difficulty would decrease by more than a level. The advantages definitely outweighed the disadvantages. Heifan's true inheritance. The more Feng Yuan thought about it, the more excited he got. To him, this was the key to breaking out of this predicament. If I leave and go to He tribe to participate in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do that. Knowing valuable information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal Gu. I can conceal my aura. Providence cannot sense me. Thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal Gu to disguise my identity. I can take advantage of the chaos. Should I go or not? Feng Yuan thought about it for a while, but he still chose to watch from the sidelines. He did not move immediately. He tribe's situation was too chaotic. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals all wanted a share of the loot. The situation was chaotic. All sorts of people appeared one after another. Among the rank 6 Gu immortals, there were low-level Gu immortals like Old Lu, There were also ordinary Gu immortals like Qing Xianzi, as well as Zhuozhan, Divine Lord Tiandu, Shiho, and other experts. Among the famous rank 7 experts, there were Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. According to some vague rumors, Heavenly Lord Baizu was showing signs of appearing, and old ancestor Shui who was also not willing to be left out. Feng Yuan assessed the situation. He felt that the time was not ripe yet. This was only the early and middle stages. All sorts of forces and Gu immortals were devouring He tribe's resource points. These Gu immortals were still a long way from the main camp. All sorts of forces were hindering each other. It was chaotic. Countless people were fighting against each other. If they could not determine who was stronger, how could they seize the resources? If Feng Yuan went in now, he might be implicated, no matter what identity he disguised himself as. Moreover, Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection could only last for a while. It could not last long. The most crucial thing was Providence. Providence was likely to make arrangements against Feng Yuan. What did Providence know? Spring-Autumn Cicada had Providence. Spring-Autumn Cicada had followed Feng Yuan for so long, Providence probably knew everything. In the transaction with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect told Feng Yuan. Providence was vast, it was everywhere. Providence itself covered the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This advantage was unparalleled. It knew a lot of information and secrets. All sorts of reasons prevented Feng Yuan from acting or attacking casually. He decided to wait for He tribe's situation to clear up a little. He would be able to see the situation clearly and gain the upper hand. The key to this operation was speed. After accumulating strength and striking with one strike, he would leave. There was no more suitable and correct battle tactic than this. Feng Yuan waited patiently, using Lang Yasek's channels to understand the outside world situation. Days passed. New Air Gu is here, and Guanzhou is also targeting these Iron Crown Eagles. It seems that the cultivation resources on the ground are almost all gone. Hirua quietly retreated. She only had rank 6 cultivation level and was a demonic path Gu immortal. She did not dare to get too close to these 2 righteous path experts. The battle situation in Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to change. The flames of war raged in the sky. Battles of all sizes were happening in every corner. Some battles only ended in victory or defeat, while some were life and death battles. Some had huge gains, while others were escaping with heavy injuries. The cultivation resources on the ground and underground of the blessed land were getting lesser and lesser. Some bottom-tier Gu immortals were also eliminated. They were either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat, while some seemed to have methods to preserve their lives. They concealed themselves and observed the situation. More and more Gu immortals were looking at the sky. Countless greedy gazes were unrestrainedly sizing up the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. There was also the vague spherical wooden eagle nest that was concealed by the Eagle group. The Eagle group was huge. This was the accumulation of Hay tribe for many years. They had spent a lot of effort, energy, and wealth. It could be said to be the #1 resource in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Even the likes of New Urgu would find it hard to block the Iron Crown Eagle's attacks. There were simply too many of them. Of course, it was also because New Urgu did not want to expend too much immortal essence. His pair of goldfish eyes looked around. Seeing that more and more Gu immortals were gathering, he shouted, "There are too many Iron Crown Eagles. Hay tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared yet. Everyone, let's attack together and divide this eagle group." "I agree with that." Free Scholar was the first to respond. The two were of the righteous path and demonic path respectively, but in the current situation, they had reached a tacit agreement to deal with the eagle group and get the benefits first. The eagle group was huge. There were also many Gu immortals. If they attacked together, these Iron Crown Eagles would be meat on the chopping block. It was unknown who made the first move, but the battle between humans and eagles began. The sky was filled with attacks, one after another. Waves of eagle cries were sharp like diamonds. Human voices were equally loud. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged, lightning flashed, and golden light flew. Outside the blessed land, Gong Air sat in Golden Dawn Hall, looking down. In his vision, there were all sorts of colors. It was like fireworks that were blooming in the sky. But these fireworks concealed terrifying killing intent. From time to time, Iron Crown Eagles would lose their lives, their flesh and blood would be torn apart. There were also Iron Crown Eagles that were captured alive. A figure flew into the sky, catching these 3 Iron Crown Eagles and stuffing them into his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison. He laughed strangely, purple chi coiling around his body. After taking care of the 3 Iron Crown Eagles, he looked at Hirua with a gaze filled with evil desires. Hirua's heart shook. She felt a bone-chilling cold. Little girl, come over here." Old Monster Corpse Poison blew a breath of air at Hirua. Hirua had just suppressed the poison in her body, but when Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from afar, she lost control of her body and fell down powerlessly. "I was too greedy. I wanted to get more Iron Crown Eagles. Most of my attention was on the Iron Crown Eagles, but I was ambushed by Old Monster Corpse Poison." Seeing that she was about to fall into Old Monster Corpse Poison's hands, Hirua felt despair. Right at this time, a sword light flew over. It was as fast as lightning. The sword light was powerful. After piercing Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, it flew out 100 steps and turned into Nian Air Pingji. Old Monster Corpse Poison flew into a rage. "You little brat, how dare you keep pestering me?" But to think that Heavenly Lord Baizu did not attack at all, he knew this was my scheme, so he purposely punished me for the past 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions mixed together, filling He Tribe's first Supreme Elder's heart. Finally, after sending off the final Gu Immortal, He Tribe's Gu Immortals and Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals were summoned by Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, in the discussion hall of He Tribe, the Immortals met with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We pay respects to Lord Heavenly Lord. The Immortals stood on the spot and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat on the high seat, smiling. From today onwards, He Tribe's Gu Immortals will have to change their surname to Baizu. He Tribe's resources will be divided by the Northern Plains Immortals. It is a foregone conclusion. This is also the agreement that I made with the other rank 8s. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to look for trouble. The Immortals quickly acknowledged the order. Heavenly Lord Baizu paused for a moment before saying, "But He Fan's true inheritance is no small matter, it involves rank 8s. Even if I do not cultivate Time Path, I can use it as a reference. Chudu does not care about it, I already know the location of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, I will be able to forcefully enter and take everything." Heavenly Lord Baizu did not look forward to inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. Even He Tribe itself could not inherit this true inheritance, let alone an outsider like him. The true treasure was He Fan Grotto Heaven, as well as the resources accumulated in it. This was enough to move the hearts of any rank 8s. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder heard this and was extremely shocked. The location of He Fan Grotto Heaven is the greatest secret of our tribe. Including me, only the 4 Supreme Elders know about it. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu know? Could it be that someone had secretly sided with him? Did they tell him this secret? Realizing this, He Tribe's first Supreme Elder felt a chill down his spine, his body shuddered. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, prostrating towards Heavenly Lord Baizu. "I have failed in my task, I have sinned greatly. Lord Heavenly Lord, please punish me." "What sin did you commit?" Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down at He Tribe's first Supreme Elder with a faint smile. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder was covered in cold sweat. He could not say that he schemed against Heavenly Lord Baizu 3 days ago. It would be an offense if he said it. Thus, he switched to another topic. "In this battle in He Tribe, we predicted that Feng Yuan would appear to take advantage of the situation. The entire battle, we have been using immortal methods to investigate. But we did not find any trace of him. It is my fault that we did not capture Feng Yuan." Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. "Your investigative methods are truly unique. To think that you can directly identify otherworldly demons. I'm afraid that Feng Yuan did not come. It is a pity." The feeding of rank 8 and 7 immortal goo has been arranged properly. This way, it is time to deal with those rank 6 immortal goo when I construct my immortal aperture. Feng Yuan planned. When goo immortals construct their immortal aperture, the first basic requirement was to be able to feed their immortal goo and be self-sufficient. Feng Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie before. His immortal aperture was dead, so he did not follow the rules. Now that he was reborn, he worked steadily and had already solved the problem of feeding rank 8 and 7 immortal goo. Next were those rank 6 immortal goo. It had to be said, Feng Yuan had too many immortal goo. It would scare people to death if they said it out loud. But there was no helping it. Feng Yuan needed to raise so many immortal goo. Not only did he have to resist calamities and tribulations and providence, he also had to deal with other goo immortals. Feng Yuan's situation was very difficult. In the past, there was the Shadow Sect. They helped to conceal him and guard against deductions. But after the Battle of Tian Mountain, this protection was gone. Celestial Court's goo immortals put his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. There were also Northern Plains goo immortals who hated him to the core. Feng Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Xinyang Tower. This was even more hateful than destroying the ancestral graves of these Huangjin bloodline goo immortals. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert goo immortals coveted his luck path true inheritance. Even though Feng Yuan did not obtain the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, no one would believe him if he tried to explain it. All in all, Feng Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A large number of goo immortals were eyeing him. Some time ago, during the Battle of He Tribe's goo immortals conspired with Heavenly Lord Baizu. They wanted to ambush Feng Yuan, but because Feng Yuan was cautious, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Feng Yuan did not know about this yet. Thus, when Feng Yuan traveled outside, he used a fake name, Lu Guanji. If he revealed his true identity, Chu Du's attitude would change. Currently, Feng Yuan had already teamed up with Chu Du half a month ago. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Feng Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du explained the situation to Feng Yuan. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Goo had a clue to an information path inheritance. At that moment, Feng Yuan was moved. Before this, he often talked about the benefits of information path. With powerful information path methods, he could make agreements with others without fear of the other party going back on their words. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement on himself. He could kill the hostage and go back on his word. He was unrestrained. He could also gather a lot of information to help him make better decisions. Information path and wisdom path were good partners. Information path gathered information, while wisdom path used this information to make deductions. The two complemented each other. The information path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Goo was very impressive. Even the wisdom path Goo Immortal Tian Xia Xen was moved. He wanted to ask Chu Du for it. Chu Du also explained this to Feng Yuan. He wanted Feng Yuan to know the value of this information path true inheritance, so that he would be more wary. Feng Yuan thought about it. He decided to make a deal with Chu Du. He promised Chu Du to let him obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to pay a price. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du obtained the 13th Eagle Nest under Feng Yuan's guidance. On a certain day, he met up with Feng Yuan secretly in Northern Plains and the two made an exchange.